Good evening and calling the meeting to order. Welcome to the West Hartford Public Schools regular Board of Education meeting. It is Tuesday, June the 6th. Charlotte, may you please call the roll?
Dr. Chang.
Here.
Mr. Goldman.
Present.
Dr. Harris.
Here.
Dr. Kamoff.
Here.
Ms. Nezzarella.
Present.
Dr. Steinberg.
Here.
Dr. Thomas Farquharson.
Here.
Student Representative Megan Murphy.
Here.
Student Representative Caitlin Striffcave.
Here.
Thank you so much. Caitlin, may you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We do not have a revision to the agenda order, and now it is time for public communications. This is where we're able to hear from you, your thoughts, your suggestions, your concerns. Each individual has 3 minutes to speak. We ask when you come to the podium to please share your name and your town of residence. And please be mindful of Charlotte, who will hold up a yellow card when you have 1 minute remaining in your time. And when your time is expired, you will see a red card. We ask for you please to respectfully take your seat at that time. While you are talking, we are attentively listening. However, it is policy we do not respond to comments as they are being made. We also do prioritize hearing those that are speaking on agenda items first. And for this evening, the agenda items include the following: accepting and approving revised bylaws 80 through 55, equity and excellence, safe school climate report, and approval of financial report. So we will begin by those who signed up speaking on agenda items, and if we have time remaining, we'll hear from those speaking on general comments. And we also do have public comment at the end of the meeting as well. Starting with the list of those speaking on agenda items, first we have Sean Daly.
Good evening, West Hartford Board of Education members and those in attendance from the general public. My name is Sean Daly. I'm a registered voter in West Hartford and reside at 1779 Asylum Avenue. My wife and I have a daughter who's currently a senior at Hall High School. Will be graduating next week. I've lived here for over 50 years, where I attended Duffy, Sedgwick, and graduated from Conard in 1984. I've never been more disappointed in the Democrat majority party than I am today. The lack of communication, the lack of transparency, lack of trust, and in many cases, the lack of maturity and courage to do the right thing for the town by this Board of Ed is the worst I've seen in at least 3 or 4 decades in this town. On a few occasions, the board has requested public feedback only to disregard that feedback in its decision-making process. The board, along with its former school superintendent and head of DEI, were notorious for stating that the parents and the public should not be involved in school curriculum. And even on the few occasions where you did involve the public, you attempted to either narrow the sample size to manipulate the outcome, or you outright hid the outcome when the results didn't fit your narrative and needed to be FOIA'd for transparency. The success of our schools has never been due to the Board of Education. In fact, it's probably been despite the Board of Education. Even teachers and school administrators know the success of a school is more than having great teachers and administrators, since nearly every school has them. Instead, teachers and administrators readily admit that the success of a town school is due to the heavy presence of parental and public involvement in our schools. And that volume of involvement is what has made West Hartford unique. However, prior to COVID, at a national, state, and local level, we've seen a direct correlation between restricting parental rights and a decline in education outcomes for our children. Now you want to further restrict parents and the public's right to communicate with you. It's amazing. How can so many so-called intellectuals with so many letters after their last name be so blind? Restricting the ability for the public to speak with and provide feedback in a public forum to the Board of Ed is directly correlated to the decline in our education outcomes here in West Hartford. You don't even have your own party's support on this motion. Simply take a look at the conversations happening on the West Hartford Political Forum. To a certain extent, there's part of me that hopes you pass this silly motion. You've grown complacent as you think a glass of water can get elected in West Hartford if there's a D in front of it. I notice you're having a good deal of movement within the Board of Ed, and I get it. It's a great way to play switcheroo. Vote on a silly restrictive proposal like this, then leave the board and hope new Democrats can distance themselves in November. My hope is you will either table this vote to study this issue further, or you'll do the right thing and vote against this proposal. Regardless of party affiliation, it is the right thing to do. For the Democrats who clearly are on the fence about this, do not be afraid to vote your conscience. Don't be afraid of the bullies in your party. Do the right thing for the public you serve. If you don't, I promise we won't let the town voters forget. I can't wait to see how the footage will be used to show the voters of West Hartford your true character. For those who vote in favor of this motion, shame on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Zweig.
Hello, check, check. Scott Zweig, 19 Claybar Drive, Hall High Warriors, class of 2001. I'll start with something very simple. You cannot vote tonight on the newly proposed change to policy 8355. Do you know why? Because the reason is very simple. Tonight is only the first time that reading has ever been proposed. Policy 8310 requires 2 public readings of any substantive amendment to board policy. I know that some of you may not be familiar with this policy because you ignored it last year when you improperly voted to change the names of our high school teams, Warriors and Chieftains. So I'm going to read to you the relevant portion. Substantive amendments of policies and bylaws shall be made only after a second reading of the proposed change. I know you were all in attendance at the last board meeting on May 16th. So let me ask you, when was the first reading of the language you're proposing to vote on tonight? Because it certainly wasn't last meeting. The first time this newly proposed language was made available to the public was last Friday, June 2nd, when it was posted on the website along with tonight's agenda. Yet somehow you're claiming that tonight is a second reading. Why the deception? During the last meeting, a change was proposed to force all public comments on non-agenda topics to the end of the first meeting of the month. The goal was obvious: to suppress certain residents from expressing their opinions in this public forum. As I explained during my last public comment on 516, your justification for this radical silencing of public discourse is completely flawed. The goal of the meetings have gotten shorter, not longer. The number of speakers has gone down, not up. During that meeting, Ms. Nessarella proposed an amendment allowing non-agenda items to follow agenda comments at the beginning of the meeting. The amendment involved only 6 simple words, replacing the words at the end with after agenda items. This amendment is reflected in the board minutes and was approved by the board 4-0 as a first reading. Yet here we are 3 weeks later, not voting on the proposed change amended by Ms. Nessarella and accepted by the board as a first reading, but instead to vote on a totally different policy with materially different changes. There are 2 critical differences between the language approved by the board as the first reading last meeting, and tonight. First, the change proposed on May 16th specifically removed the 10-speaker limit on public comment at the start of meetings. Yet mysteriously, that language has been added back in. Second, the new change being proposed bans members of the public from speaking on non-agenda items at the end of any board meeting. Again, we've never heard that before. Because these changes are being proposed tonight for the first time and were never previously presented to the board, you are prohibited from voting on the change. It's the first reading. You've already lost the trust of many residents of this town. I ask you to do the right thing and don't lose the rest. Finally, I want to express my gratitude to those members of the board who are continuing to serve the full duration of their terms. You accepted an honor to serve this community, and we appreciate your dedication. Thank you for not quitting on us and our children.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Nagy, or Nagy. Please pardon if I mispronounced.
Good evening. My name is Mary Nagy. I live at 43 Acadia Street. Please vote no to restrict public comments before Board of Ed meetings. The motions and primary vote regarding policy 8355 to eliminate public comments before one or of the 2 monthly meetings is deeply disturbing. It limits the opportunity of West Hartford community members to have a voice preceding any board meeting. The opportunity for the public to speak freely before both monthly meetings should not be restricted. Please vote against this presumptuous proposal, which silences public input and voice without reason and without merit. The reasons: privacy, following state statutes offered by Jason Chang, who is resigning from the board, are not with merit. When parents and the public attend and comment, and they freely choose to disclose their concerns, what others or certain board members might consider as private, it's no longer private. And the board should work to protect these rights to free speech, not eliminate them. Again, do not restrict these public comments. Lastly, you do not care about privacy if you base your yes vote to this restrictive policy change. The public will know you are dishonest. They will not trust you. You have seen evidence of this in the plummeting number of public comments preceding meetings during this past year. You have no honest reason to execute another policy change restricting public comments at all. Simply for your own sakes, vote no. And lastly, I want to thank each and every one of you for all the hours of service, for your dedication, your credentials, and your professionalism. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have India Liddell.
India Liddell, West Hartford. I want to voice my opinion again on the proposed amendment changes to Policy 8355 regarding public comment. As previously mentioned, this policy was changed in November 2022. Only 6 months later, the board is now proposing to amend this policy again to further limit the public's ability to address the board. These changes are intentional. The proposed changes make it more difficult for parents, caregivers, and other community members to bring up and speak up about issues and concerns that they may have with our schools and/or with the board itself. As noted at every meeting, the board does not respond to public comments, so therefore please keep in mind, all you have to do is listen. You may not like having to hear that some people are angry or upset, or possibly that the board is not doing a good job at times, but it is important that these members of the community, your constituents, are heard. You cannot pick and choose what you want to hear. You do not have that right. While you may not agree with or want to hear certain topics or opinions, this small amount of time is there for people to express their own opinions and their concerns, good and bad, and to bring the topics to your attention that are important to them. They have the right to be heard. Not many people attend these meetings, which we all know the board counts on. However, people are aware of what the board is trying to accomplish with these changes. You are trying to dissuade people from coming to the meetings, from being involved, being engaged, so there is no opposition to what the policies that the board wants to put in place, sometimes pushing through your agendas without any input or conflict from the families in your community. Interestingly enough, Sean mentioned this public comment topic was recently brought up in a West Hartford political forum. It's a Facebook group, and it came out as a question in a poll. Are you in favor of the proposed changes to Policy 8355 regarding public comment at Board of Education meetings? It being a West Hartford group, I actually feel safe to say that the members in this group are predominantly Democrat versus Republican, and most in the group would probably agree with that. I only point that out because while generally there are extreme opposing partisan opinions on almost every topic posted, this time around, the overwhelming results of the poll voted 100% against further amendments to this policy. I can say that the vote was 100% against these changes, whereas it does show 1% said yes, but that 1% was a person who is completely unconnected or not connected to anyone in West Hartford and lives in Wallingford, so I'm sorry their vote doesn't count. To put it simply, listen to the people. This is your job. Give them their time to speak. And I thank you all for listening to me tonight.
Thank you. Next, we have Kate Caps. Again, pardon if I mispronounce.
Kate Kappas, West Hartford. I am the parent of 4 children who have gone through the West Hartford Public Schools, and I'm a former West Hartford public teacher. In both roles, I have witnessed West Hartford doing things and making decisions that are not in the best interest of children. I left teaching in 2012, knowing that West Hartford was about to implement Common Core. Having been on committees to learn about Common Core, I was well aware that it was not going to be good for children, as it forced children to reason before the age of reason and to use reading and writing skills before they had been solidly acquired. This was not in the best interest of children. Here in this very room, after the COVID lockdown debacle, your very own Tom Moore said that he and you knew that shutting down the schools and going remote would hurt children, but we had to do it. You did it to get a ton of federal money, and you used our children as collateral. This is not in the best interest of children. During their high school experiences, my children did not have biology or chemistry labs because of the policies created by West Hartford administration. This also was not in the best interest of children. You are now pushing for young children to be taught that gender is fluid. It's not. But you also felt the need to control language so that our children cannot walk through their own high schools using the words warrior or chieftain any longer. This is not in the best interest of our children or anyone. Teachers in this town are now giving a psychological assessment to children and collecting data on those children without parents' permission and often without their knowledge. What is being done with that data is not in the best interest of children. With Bylaw 8355, you are now trying to limit when and how many parents can speak at these meetings. It's an attempt to not allow parents to present their concerns if it doesn't match what's on your agenda. What parents have to say may not match your agenda items, but more often than not, it's connected. And our words sometimes are the only other way that parents are informed about things that are happening in this town and in our schools that are not in the best interest of children. If you pass this bylaw proposal, it should signal to the entire town your plans to slowly and methodically silence parents. I could go on with a laundry list of things that I have witnessed as a parent and as a former teacher that are not in the best interest of children here in this town. But what is abundantly clear is that you are pushing even further your Marxist agenda to make the child a product of the state rather than an individual who is loved and protected by the family. Parents have every right, and the public has every right, to stand before you at each meeting to address their concerns in order to protect and defend their children.
Excuse me,
because
your
you
time has
clearly are
expired.
not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paula M. Apartnick.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Paula Mercier. I've lived in West Hartford my whole life. My parents even graduated Hall High, so I've been around a while. I'm here to oppose 8355. Okay, dear West Hartford Board of Ed. One reason this town and school system are successful is because of the parents who have given their time, their commitment, and their expertise to this community. Parent involvement and input are vital to the success of our children and our schools. It is unsettling that the BOE is now attempting to restrict the voices of the community that elected this board. This is democracy. This is not a dictatorship. The only way a community works is when all members are given voice and the community feels their voices matter. Public input is a critical component of any decision-making process. Diversity, equity, and inclusion requires transparency and the inclusion of all voices, even those of dissent. If you approve these proposed changes as you sit on this board with a Democratic president and a Democratic governor, But imagine you are no longer sitting there, and the board is made up of people with different goals and values. How will you feel then? How will you feel when it is your voice that is being silenced? Please treat others as you wish to be treated. Please reconsider these proposed changes and instead work towards creating a more open and inclusive environment for public participation. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next, we have Kyle Zelanzi.
Kyle Zelazny, 77 Warwick. Let's cut to the chase. Limiting the public's ability to speak on BOE-related general matters to only once a month at the very end of the meeting, when everyone is checked out or has left, is absurd and contrary to the spirit of Connecticut law surrounding Board of Education meetings. Not only this, but the BOE changed the bylaws only a short time ago, already limiting the volume of public speaking about non-agenda topics. Have you noticed that neither the chairwoman or Dr. Chang, who proposed this change, can offer a coherent explanation for it? What's the purpose? What's the reason? As justification, they'll say things like, most Board of Ed meetings do not entertain any non-agenda comments. That's a quote from last meeting. This is an outright lie. The vast majority of schools in our DRG, including Avon, Farmington, Simsbury, Glastonbury, and Greenwich, all allow public comment on non-agenda items before every Board of Education meeting. The West Hartford public has also rarely been disruptive or inappropriate in addressing non-agenda items at meetings. No evidence has been raised by anyone on the board that this is a problem. If you listen carefully, you will basically hear the Democrat majority saying, the chair sets the agenda and you have no guaranteed right to speak at BOE meetings. If this seems pretty extreme, it is, and it's analogous to the situation with the Native American high school team names, where an actual Connecticut chieftain was invited so late in the process that people barely heard and reflected on his very important argument for retaining the warriors and chieftains. So to the Democrats in town, whether you realize it or not, this is what you voted for. If you disagree with this, and you voted for these people, this majority, then you have no one to blame but yourself. You voted to virtually eliminate public comment at Board of Ed meetings. You voted for people who are on tape admitting they prioritize DEI, equity, and social-emotional concerns over academics. You voted to change the team names even when a Connecticut chief called that cultural genocide. And now, there's a really great campaign recently that a lot of families did to save music teacher positions. That would have been precluded under these recent changes. If was your child bored and you want them to know? Are you concerned that the Board of Education is not doing enough to address the deaths of various students? Or that, do you have an issue that's important to you as a tax-paying member of the community that you want to bring before the board, which sees like 80% of our town's budget under these new rules? Too bad, so sad. I wonder what the reaction would be if a Republican-controlled board proposed this. And if Republicans do take over the board eventually, I wonder what local media and Democrats will say when a Republican chair precludes topics that Democrats want to speak on. Just like with the Harry Reid gamble with the Supreme Court, this will backfire and damage the integrity of our institutions, in this case, a local Board of Ed. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, only this time the prize is the removal of a key pillar of the local democratic process. People of all political orientations should be upset at this blatant attack on the public's right to ask questions of their elected officials. If you vote for this, you're not a Democrat, you're not a Republican, you're a totalitarian who forgets their role as a public servant.
Thank you. Next, we have, so that is all who we have on agenda items, and those include 7 individuals. And with the policy that we have, we allow up to 10 persons to speak at the beginning for public communication. So is there anyone else who would like to speak on an agenda item? When it comes to talking about an agenda item, there is no limit on how many persons can speak. It's 7 persons per subject matter. And so just want to see if there's anyone else who would like to speak at this time on an agenda item. Yes, if you could please, but I do want to also say this, again, 7 persons per subject matter. So most persons who have spoken on policy 8355. So is there anyone else who would like to speak on an agenda item? Again, the remaining agenda items are equity and excellence, safe school climate report, and approval of the financial report. The comments on those are prioritized to go at this time.
Not everybody spoke on 8355. There was one who did.
Well, we've had 7 people to speak on 8355, and with, pardon me?
One didn't speak on that topic. You had 7 speakers, I wasn't counting. Oh, there were 8 speakers. Oh, was there 8? Okay. Sorry. Didn't mean to screw you up.
Nope, that's okay. We want to make sure to follow through. So from what I see here, everyone did speak on 8355. Every person, correct. And so now we are going to open it up to,
There was one speaker who spoke on Common Core.
she also made reference to 8355 and signed 8355 on this list. Yes, that's all right. That's all right. So again, if there is someone who would like to speak on an agenda item that equates to either equity and excellence, safe school climate and report, and approval of financial report. Yes, and anyone else who would like to speak on 8355, we do have public comment at the end of the meeting. But at this time, other agenda items will be prioritized for public comment. Yes, please share your name and town of residence, please.
Anita Arakelian, town of residence, West Hartford. So I will speak about equity since Jason Chang is resigning. I'm putting my name in the hat. I'm a registered Democrat. I believe in equity, and I believe in diversity, and I believe in inclusion. One of the things we learn at school is know your audience. And I've heard a lot of the terms multiculturalism. I haven't spoken much, but I understand multiculturalism to be more than just what we look like. I am someone who speaks 6 languages. I took time to learn those languages. I studied abroad and I learned abroad. But I think one of the most interesting experiences I had as a foreign exchange student, and I think you'll like this story, Paul. I happened to be in West Berlin when the wall was still up. And it was an interesting experience. My friend and I, another American, we were in the store and there was rumbling of the ground. We ran right to the opening because she and I both summered in California. And when there's rumblings, you run to the opening because that's an earthquake. Well, when we ran there, it wasn't an earthquake. What we saw were 3 tanks coming down. They had the U.S. flag automatically. The 2 of us went like that. On each tank, there was a soldier who sat on top. And when he saw that, I don't know if it was our garb, I don't know if we did this instinctively, he went like this. At that moment, I understood what my mother meant when before I boarded that plane, she gave me a list of where the U.S. embassies were for all the European countries that we were going to visit. We have relatives there and we had friends there. First thing my mom said, you're a U.S. citizen. Whatever happens, you go first to the U.S. Embassy. U.S. embassies are protected by military, aren't they? Because you will be protected. And that's our goal, isn't it? The protection of our children, the knowledge, and excellence in education. When I say excellence in education, I don't know how many of you have been abroad, but I can tell you, when you walk around with a blue passport, first thing you'll hear is Yankee go home. Second thing you hear is dumb Yank. That's why when we talk about globalism and multiculturalism, it's K to 8. Those are extremely, the foundational knowledge has to be strong. And that's why I think I would be a very good candidate as a registered Democrat to sit in one of those chairs. And by the way, I am a Bryn Mawr College graduate. So you know you don't graduate a college like that. In order for me to graduate, I wrote a 40-page paper in Spanish. I defended it in Spanish, and I defended it with native speakers from various Spanish countries. So going deep is hugely important. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak, yes, on an agenda item of equity and excellence, safe school climate report, or approval of the financial report?
Hi, my name is Alejandro Payuk. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a West Hartford resident. I'd like to talk to you about equity and excellence today. Specifically about the MathQuest program and its intersection with equity. I love the MathQuest program. I am very, very grateful for its existence. My son, who is here tonight, is a part of that program. And I am so proud of his achievements, and I'm so proud to live in West Hartford, where we have such a wonderful program. The issue is that I unfortunately believe that the same opportunity is not being extended to my daughters and to other girls in the West Hartford School District. On May 25th, I submitted a FOIA request, and I received some data. I compiled that data, and I have some of it here. If you'd like to take a look at it, I will also be emailing it to you. And what the data shows to me is that for 7 years in a row, there have been more boys admitted into the MathQuest program than girls. If you believe, as I do, that math ability is uniformly distributed between boys and girls, and there's about the same number of boys and girls in the school system, then it's pretty apparent that there is some kind of systemic bias that is occurring. I don't know how it's happening. I know for sure it's not on purpose, right? Nobody here wants to have bias in our system, but it's happening. It's evident in the numbers. The number of girls in MathQuest has never even broached 40%. And again, I will share these numbers with you, and you can take a look at it. What I'm requesting tonight is for you to please take a look into this and try to do something about it. I would love for my girls to have the same opportunity as my son. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I'm Dr. M. Shane Tutwiler at 8 Farm Hill Road here in West Hartford. I think this is a wonderful segue, actually, from the previous speaker, because I did, in fact, submit a report to this board and the superintendent and the town council last month that showed from the data that historically 70% of the students accepted into MathQuest are boys, while 50% of the students in West Hartford are boys and girls. It's evenly distributed. That can't be right. Now, I'm an educational psychologist by training. I have my doctorate in human development and education from Harvard. I'm on the faculty. I'm a tenured professor at the University of Rhode Island in the College of Education. I study gifted and talented identification. I can tell you without hesitation that the procedures taken by the Quest program in West Hartford violate practically every best practice known to the research community, to the National Association of Gifted Children, and more importantly, it violates the Connecticut Department of Education guidelines, which I sent to this board in an appendix to my report, systematically showing the ways in which the Quest program deviates from the Connecticut Department of Education guidelines on the identification of gifted and talented children. I have 2 daughters in this district. I am very concerned that they will not get a fair shake compared to boys in the district. And I've spoken to principals in the district who tell me time and again about girls coming into their office crying because they know they're every bit as good as the boys and they don't get selected. And the thing is, this isn't new. We've known about this for years. I spoke about this years ago to the Quest coordinator. This needs to change. We know better. We have members of this board who are academics who know better than to deviate from best practice, deviate from what the research says. In my report, I gave recommendations about audits. 2 audits, in fact. One is an audit based on the standards from the National Association for Gifted Children. 2 is an audit by comparing the district practices directly to the Connecticut Department of Education best practices. You will see if you do those audits or that you request that the superintendent do them, that our gifted and talented program is not in alignment. We are underserving our children. And to give one more statistic above and beyond MathQuest, General Quest, 29% of our students are historically underrepresented minorities. Historically, 9% of our students from historically underrepresented minorities are selected into the gifted and talented program. Again, that is not moral. That is not possible if the system is working ethically. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on agenda items? I'll ask once again, any other comments on agenda items? Okay, we will pause on public communications, and we do have it at the end of the meeting, and those who've signed up on the list to speak on general comments will be prioritized. Next, we have non-staff communications and reports, and this is where we're able to hear from our student representatives. And this is a bittersweet moment because this is our last meeting of the year and our last time seeing these lovely faces. And so with that, we know it's for good reason why it's the last time, because you all are going on to bigger and wonderful things. So I'm going to ask you to do something. Sorry I didn't ask you, give your heads up beforehand. Once you conclude with your report, if you do care to share where you will continue on with your next adventures, it's up to you, but certainly would love to hear that. So first, if we could begin hearing from Megan.
Good evening, everyone. So the end of the year has been a really busy time at Conard, but all very exciting stuff, so I'll try and go through it quickly. Starting with athletics, we had our girls track team. They were state champions this year. They won the state tournament, so that was really excellent. Our boys volleyball played in the state semifinal game today, and so I don't know the outcome of that, but regardless of that, it's really amazing how far they've made it in their state tournament as well. The girls golf got 6th at their CCC tournament, and our boys baseball team won the Mayor Cup against Hall, so all very exciting things regarding spring sports. Some other announcements: seniors and juniors both had their proms. Senior was at the Riverview in Simsbury, and junior prom was at the Glastonbury Hills Country Club. And speaking from experience, senior prom was really fun, and I heard junior prom was really fun as well. Seniors and juniors both had awards nights. These were athletic, scholarships, and academic, a bunch of different awards to recognize a lot of our students, so that was fun. Last night, the class of 2024, the new members for the National Honor Society were inducted, and this was remarkable because it was the largest induction class ever, with 135 new members being inducted last night, so that was really amazing. The West Hartford Fire and EMT programs held Career Day during lunch periods, as well as the police. They had one on another day, and it was really great for students if they're interested in that to see. They had some activities to try out and stuff like that. Last night, students involved with the Frozen musical attended the Sondheim Awards, which was at the Schubert Theater in New Haven. I heard it was really fun, and we won 2 awards, one being the Pit Orchestra won the first ever Achievement in an Orchestra Award, and one of our actors, Marlena, who played Anna, she won a scholarship for her acting. So really exciting for the whole program. They had a wonderful, as everyone knows, it was a great success with the musical. Also, today was the last day for seniors, which was very bittersweet, but we are all looking forward to graduation next Tuesday on the 13th, and Safe Grad after that, which a lot of parents and volunteers have put a lot of time and money into that, so we're all very excited. And also, since this is the last meeting, I just wanted to say a big thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity. I've really enjoyed it, and I've learned a lot, and yeah, I just want to say thank you. And next year I'll be attending the University of Maryland, studying on the pre-law track with a minor in Chinese.
All right, we're going to have some words for you once we finish this piece up. But thank you so much, Megan. Caitlin.
Hi, everyone. Hall is doing almost exactly the same thing as Conard, so I probably won't repeat all of it, but awards nights, the induction ceremony, the fire and police visit, all of those things, same thing happened. Today was our last day of school for the seniors. I was outside all day. I played spike ball, that was it. We had senior prom last weekend at the Basketball Hall of Fame, and junior prom was a few weeks ago. The Hall boys track team won states. They won state opens, CCCs, and states, which is the first time that's ever happened to Hall, and it's a really big deal, so that's super awesome. Hall won 2 Halo Awards for Best Original Music in a Play for Comedy of Errors, and Best Contemporary Play, which is for Small Mouth Sounds. We had Earth Night last Friday, which was very well attended. It was promoting the coral reefs and the gardens at our school and general sustainability. We have graduation next week on the 13th, followed by Safe Grad. We have our last comedy improv show this Friday, and I have the choir performance tonight that I do have to get back to after this. But other than that, I do also want to just say thank you so much. I've had a really great time listening and giving you my little 3-minute speech every meeting. and I really appreciate the opportunity. And next year I will be going to Williams College, and I don't know what I'm doing yet there, but I'm sure I'll find out. So thank you.
Well, Megan and Caitlin, want to say how proud we are of the both of you. And you all have been through a lot, not only during the time of this academic school year, but just thinking of your whole high school experience, where the bulk of it was through a pandemic. And yet still you survived, not only survived, but you thrived because you're here. And you are preparing to graduate and walk across that stage next week as you move on to the University of Maryland and Williams College. We are so very proud of you. And whatever kept you compelled to keep moving forward, hold on to that. Because trust you me, you're going to have other moments moving along where things are going to get tough. It's going to be a challenge. But you're going to have to dig within, persevere, and keep moving forward. And you know you've done it. So you're going to keep doing that. We have something here for you, but do want to ask our teammates here if you have any comments for our younger teammates here. I think the collective silence means we are collectively proud of you. We wish you well. We are going to pass something to you. We do know that you first and foremost are students. So if you have to depart early, that is certainly okay. Your job is to be a student. You've done your job well. So a round of applause, please, for them.
While Lorna passes those out, I just want to say thank you to both. You've been nothing but outstanding ambassadors for your classmates. I've been doing this a long time. You two are top shelf. Very well done. Thank you for your time here with the board.
Right, another round of applause. Yes, excellent. Now moving on to unfinished business, where we have a motion by the Board Policy Subcommittee to accept and approve revised Bylaw 8355 as a second reading. Again, seeking a motion that the Board of Education accept and approve as a second and final reading the following bylaw, which was revised by the Board Policy Subcommittee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Renee. Discussion.
Can I just bring up one thing, a point of order here? The policy that we were given in this current agenda is not the policy that we voted on in the last agenda. And the language has been entirely changed. It is not, and I'm not talking about Claire's amendment, I'm talking about the significant changes in the language from the last meeting to this meeting. So I don't really see how this can be a second reading of something that we never had a first reading of.
Thank you for that. And I am so glad that we have Corporation Counsel here, Attorney Gina Varana, who is here to help us in that regard. I will say, just from a high-level piece, I do believe we are within due order to pursue in this direction. However, we'll defer to our legal expert.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So it is the opinion that you could proceed and vote on the policy as it is on the agenda today. It would be a more difficult problem if you voted to amend it tonight. Then you would not be able to vote on it. But the fact that you addressed it in the first reading, you amended it that night, you voted on that night, it's ready for a vote tonight as a second reading.
Okay, I just want to respond to that. I'm not, what I'm saying is that what we voted on in the meeting last time is entirely been changed. This policy is entirely changed. The language is not the same. There are things that have been added, there are things that have been taken out, and I'm not referring to Claire's amendment, which was voted on. I'm referring to the policy. I mean, you can look at it yourself. It is not the same policy. There are things that have been removed and things that have been added. And I mean, we have already been in a situation, this board, where we ended up in litigation because we did not follow our own rules regarding the mascots. And I think that it would be a major mistake to try to put this on the agenda for a vote tonight when the reading in the last meeting, what we had, has entirely been changed.
So if I may, I appreciate the question and comment because we want to be thorough. And so just to kind of recap where we were and where we are now. We know when we came together the last time, the initial language that was proposed was, there was a suggestion to amend the language. And what we mean by that is, from the original proposal, it was recommending to have non-agenda item comments to be at the end of the meeting. That the beginning of the meeting would be just for agenda items. And I'm looking just at you, uphand as much as I can, but just trying to respond to your comment. And to have non-agenda items at the end of the meeting, the first meeting of the month. And through discussion and through a suggestion to amend the language, what we voted on was, in terms of the content of the policy, to have the beginning of the meeting to be prioritized agenda items, followed by non-agenda items. And then the end of the meeting is open. So what we voted on in terms of the language was, instead of having non-agenda items only at the end of the meeting, it was to have it at the beginning of the meeting. Now, I hear what you're saying in terms of specific words per se, but substantively speaking, if I'm not mistaken, the content is still the same. The substance has not changed, in that what has been brought before us to vote tonight on is recommending to have the first meeting of the month prioritize agenda items, followed by non-agenda items, and then we have public communication at the end of the meeting. The second meeting of the month is only for non-agenda items. So in all, only for agenda items, pardon me. The second meeting of the month is only for agenda items. So the difference from last meeting to now is the same with what was voted on in terms of amending, that we now keep non-agenda items, still a possibility of that at the beginning of the meeting, the first meeting of the month, where the second meeting of the month would be for non-agenda items, would be for agenda items alone. I hear what you're saying in terms of specific words, like if you do word for word, yes, there's a difference. But collectively, substantively speaking, it still is the same as what we voted on before.
So my question is, when is it determined that I highlighted the changes and on the first paragraph, and you can pass this. And I screwed up on the first phrase, so that was there. 2/3 of it is new words. When does it become, I don't honestly know the difference. So when is it, because I did hear at the last meeting, and I've heard before, we're not allowed to change it for the second reading or the minor. So if I look at this, I got more. But it's pretty much changed, 2/3. And the first paragraph is where the bulk is.
If I may, pardon, I don't want to cut you off, please.
No, that's fine.
If I may also say as well, in terms of the overall content of it, that with the policy as it currently stands, it is one, and this reflects the change that was proposed in November. And from the November change, overall, what was recommended was for there to be 10 persons to speak at the beginning of a meeting. We all recall that. Priority would be given to those speaking on agenda items, and 7 persons can speak per topic matter. That was from November, and that remains as it is now. Evidenced by tonight's public communication piece, where 7 persons speaking on the agenda topic, 7 individuals, that is. And so with, again, going word by word, a word here, wordsmithing there may be different, but in terms of the...
No, it's the bulk, Laura. And I have the first reading if you want to compare it.
It's not a word here and a word there.
I highlighted...
Excuse me.
I highlight, again, if I'm misinterpreting the rule, because I only heard it anecdotally, and I have not, like Scott, which I'm impressed, knew the rule, but I do remember at the last meeting being stated we can make minor changes. I do have concerns about how it's written, and I'm probably the worst wordsmith in this room, but that's a different question. But if you have 2/3 of the words, because a lot of the words were from the original policy, then got reverted back to this policy, that to me is a change. Whether it's just the magnitude is what I'm mystified by. So, do you want the original policy?
Or the Madam Chair, through you, I can only evaluate what's exactly in front of me, what the policy is today. It's difficult for me to say, well, what if this word was changed and what if this word was changed, or where on the spectrum is it substantive versus non-substantive? So I'm really not, it's not an answer, it's not a question that I can answer. But what I can tell you is what you have before you tonight is ready and available for a vote.
So,
Thank you.
I'd just like to understand, when is the change a change and when is it not a change? Because it's going to come up in the future.
I don't know if there's a specific answer to that question, but I do want to allow others to
No, that's
ask
fair.
questions as well, but thank you. Yes.
There is a substance change in this, besides the fact that 2/3 of the text here has been entirely changed, taken out, put back in, changed entirely. There's also a change on this that is entirely different than what we have currently as a policy. And it says, public comment on non-agenda items shall only be permitted at the first regular meeting of the month. That is not our current policy. We allow people to speak at the end of meetings on non-agenda items. And this is now saying that they can only speak at the first meeting on non-agenda items. That is not the policy we have. I am on the policy committee. I did help write that policy that we all agreed on, and this is entirely different. So I don't know how anybody here can sit here and tell me that this is the same policy plus Claire's amendment. It's not. It's entirely different. And the town has had to litigate in court when we make mistakes like this, and I just don't understand why we don't take the time. I was on the phone with Lorna for an hour begging you to go back to the policy committee and work this through. Instead, we end up with another policy that's entirely different than the one we had last time, that's also changed important items that we had in terms of people being able to speak at the end of the meeting. So I don't know. I mean, I agree with Ethan. I'd really like to understand how this is going to be a second reading when it's an entirely new document.
Other comments? Questions? Jason.
All right. Excuse me. So just to recount, the process that we've gone through. So with the first reading that we had, I did present only one opportunity for non-agenda public comments. That occurs in the first policy reading. Claire's amendment shifts that to the beginning, that opportunity for non-agenda items to the beginning of the first meeting of the month. So the language that's been changed here is reflective of that intent. Just a second, I'm not done yet. So with the vote that we had on the amendment that Claire raised, we see that agreed upon language has been passed by the board through those amendments, through that amendment. So it's my understanding that in the writing of the new policy that some language will change, right? But the intent has not changed based on what was passed last meeting, right? So you may not agree with the policy, but we have followed procedure.
So, one is a question, because I'm honestly confused. I thought Claire's policy change had a reading of one of the meetings at the beginning, but also both at the end. Mm-hmm. That's not how I read this, but that we can wait. To answer your question, Jason, and I'm asking the question, is I see 2/3 of the words changed. I'm not saying that the wording is different, okay? It's probably basically consistent. But to me, that's a major change and should have another reading. It's not going to change the ultimate outcome, but we should be, I don't know, I also think this was rushed. And again, I am not a wordsmith because, I was generally, it took me several readings to understand it. And now that could just be me. But, so my question is, one, is there public comment at the end? Because I thought that was in the amendment. It doesn't read that way.
In the last one, it does.
Oh, no, I know that, but in the current. But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't even play one on TV. So it just, I'm struggling with the fact that all these words were changed or added, and they were in the original policy. And we're saying that's not a change. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
I just have to respond to what you're saying, Jason. The last reading, which was the first reading, states that if a person wishes to speak to the board for 3 minutes at the end of the first regular meeting of each month, and 3 minutes, it's so confusing that I'm having trouble following it. This cuts that out. So we no longer allow anybody to speak on non-agenda items at the end of a meeting. That wasn't part of the reading last time.
That's what it says.
That's what it says this time.
Pardon. So what we see before us is saying that there is an opportunity to speak on non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting. We already know that we have public communication at the end of the meeting, so a non-agenda item could be spoken of then as well.
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
Sure. So with what we have before, let me just read out loud what we have before us, just so those that may not have it before them, you can follow along. The board welcomes public comment as it represents an opportunity for members of the public to express their views to the board on matters within the board's authority. Each member of the public wishing to speak may address the board for 3 minutes at the beginning and 3 minutes at the end of each meeting, for a total of 6 minutes during the board's 2 public comment periods. Persons commenting on agenda items shall be permitted to comment first. At the first regular meeting of the month, no more than 10 persons shall be permitted to comment during the public comment period at the beginning of the meeting, provided that such limitation shall not apply to persons commenting on agenda items. A maximum of 7 persons shall be allowed to comment on each subject matter. Public comment on non-agenda items shall only be permitted at the first regular meeting of the month. And the rest is what we have before. So again,
You're saying 2 different things. You're saying that public comment on non-agenda items can only be permitted at the first regular meeting of the month. And then before that, you're saying people can speak at the beginning and the end of the meeting. So which one is it?
it's both. You can speak at the beginning and end of the meeting on agenda and non-agenda items for the first meeting of the month. The second meeting of the month, you can only speak on agenda items.
That's not what it says.
I'll read again.
No, you can read it.
But what I read is but please, others comment. Claire.
I think in your last line, it says public comment on non-agenda items shall only be permitted at the first regular meeting of the month. I think you forgot, and we mentioned to say the beginning of the meeting. So it's just missing the beginning of the meeting. Your statement earlier states that public comment can be at the end of any meeting, and it doesn't stipulate agenda or non-agenda. But your last line is missing the word beginning. That way, you're saying there's 4 public comment periods in a month, and only 1 is restricted. 1 is restricted to be only agenda. The end of the meetings are both, and the beginning of the Tuesday meeting is both.
So thank you. It was intentional as it was written because we're saying that at the first meeting of the month, public communication is as it currently is. We're the first meeting of the month, we have public comment at the beginning, we have public comment at the end. The first meeting of the month, at the beginning of the meeting, you can speak on agenda items, followed by non-agenda items. At the end of the meeting, you can speak on either agenda items or non-agenda items for the first meeting of the month, whereas the second meeting of the month is only agenda items. So the language here is trying to articulate that instead of specifying the beginning of the meeting, as it reads, acknowledging that the first meeting of the month, that's where non-agenda items may be spoken on. So again, the way that the policy is proposed here, it's specifying, the only specification is that only non-agenda items are permitted at the first meeting of the month. The second meeting of the month, it's on agenda items.
At the beginning, again, I thought what I heard last 3 weeks ago was that you could speak on non-agenda items at the end for both meetings. Sorry.
Correct. When we spoke at the last meeting, what was originally proposed was saying non-agenda items only at the end. Where this right here, it is acknowledging that the first meeting of the month, agenda items, non-agenda items, whether it be the beginning or the end. Again, as it says at the beginning of the policy here, each member of the public wishing to speak may address the board for 3 minutes at the beginning and 3 minutes at the end of each meeting, for a total of 6 minutes during the board's 2 public comment periods. So each board meeting will continue with having a public comment at the beginning and the end of each meeting, beginning and the end of the first meeting of the month, beginning and end of the second meeting of the month. However, only agenda items at the second meeting. Yes.
You know, Lorna, this is really, we're going to try to pass a policy here that not a single person has written an email in support of, not a single person has spoken in support of. And we have now this convoluted situation where it is not clear what this policy is saying. And for some reason, I get the feeling that you want to force this thing through without doing due diligence. I mean, I think that, and I asked you on the phone that you were well aware of, to go back to the policy committee and try to write this in a way, one, that might be more acceptable to all of us, and two, that it's not this convoluted, that we're like arguing here about language. 2/3 of the words are different. There is a total like hypocrisy between the beginning of the policy and the end of the policy, and you want to force it through. And I think that that is a major mistake. I mean, if this is rewritten in a way that is clearer and more concise and, more, at least the public can understand what is going on here, I think we all win. I don't understand why we would want such a convoluted policy that's been changed so dramatically to be forced through on a second reading when it really should be the first reading.
If I just 2 things, if I may, and I appreciate you sharing that. Just 2 things I do respectfully disagree with. One is there is no effort to force. And second, we're not arguing, we're discussing. This is discussion for a motion that's on the floor, and this is what we do. This is the part of our process. And so with that, appreciate what you're sharing. Also, I want to say, I think we also have to consider, I'm going to pause, pass the mic. Please, Claire, you were going to speak.
Yeah, so in the beginning, it says each person can speak for 6 minutes during the board's 2 public comment periods. Do you agree that any person can come to the first meeting and the second meeting of the month and speak for 3 minutes at the beginning, 3 minutes at the end? They can come to both meetings. Let me explain. So we are putting in the stipulation that board business and focusing on board business is reserved once a month for the beginning of the second meeting of the board. And so that line is in there so that at 3 of the comment periods, twice a month, 2 in the first Tuesday and 1 in the second Tuesday, people can come and talk to us about anything they want. It's open public comment. But one Tuesday, the second Tuesday of the month, we're asking that they stick to agenda items. So the first statement says 6 minutes, you can speak at the public comments. You can speak. But the stipulation is out of those 6 minutes in the second meeting, 3 of them must be focused on the agenda.
I agree that was the intent I heard last meeting. I just don't think it's written that way.
That's right. That's what it is. Wow. The second sentence.
No, I see the second sentence, but I just think it, when I read this originally, I'm sorry, when I read this, that I came away thinking, oh, it's back to the way I want and the way I wanted it. So I just think it's very confusing. And but I do vote, I don't want to see the policy change, but I think this is before the vote on that, this is just, I just think it's very confusing, whether I wanted to change or I didn't, so. But I do agree with you on the intent of what you said when you made your resolution before, your amendment before.
And that's what this reflects. It might not be crystal clear and it takes a little bit of time to digest, but basically the way that Claire presented it is what is in this written policy. And you yourself, Ethan, said, yes, that's what we discussed last meeting. That was part of Claire's proposal. And this policy that is in front of us right now reflects the changes that Claire proposed. So it is, this does reflect what we discussed last time.
I'm struggling to come up with that interpretation myself, so. If you guys think it is, but I'm struggling.
So yes, who is, yes.
I thought you had said a compromise would be having the public comment on non-agenda items be once a month, that would be a compromise.
No, it was, and I appreciate you doing it. Right now, I'm just talking about the wording.
Okay, but that's the intent, and that's what we're voting on.
No, I appreciate that. And, I mean, I'm still unhappy we made a change, but I appreciate that there was at least a compromise to put one at the beginning. I just wish it would read like that, in my interpretation.
I mean, I'm looking at them both right now, and to me, the one that we're voting on tonight is clearer. If we took the other one as a direct edit, it would not make sense because of all the qualifying language we had in it before of the first meeting. This that we're voting on tonight is clearer based upon our intended amendments last time.
Claire, I just want to clarify with you, the last sentence of the current policy, the way I read it, okay, and I know it's different from what's at the beginning of the policy, but what it says to me is that public comment on non-agenda items can only be spoken about at the first meeting of the month. That means that if somebody comes to the second meeting of the month and they want to speak at the end of the meeting on a non-agenda item, they're not going to be able to, because it says public comments on non-agenda items shall only be permitted at the first regular meeting of the month.
And you could just add in the back half of the second month, or the second meeting.
So if they come and they want to speak at the end of the second meeting of the month, they can't, because that's what the policy now says. It's very confusing because the beginning says something different. I'm just curious, because you seem to disagree with the way I read it, but I mean, how do you interpret that? They can only come once a month.
It says, each member of the public wishing to speak may address the board for 3 minutes at the beginning and 3 minutes at the end of each meeting for a total of 6 minutes during the board's 2 public comment periods each meeting. So that states you can speak at the beginning and the end. Down at the bottom, it says non-agenda items do not belong in the second meeting. Now, practically speaking, do we have meetings at the end of the meeting, comments at the end? We don't often. But if somebody on a non-agenda item wants to speak at the end of the second meeting, we're not saying it's not allowed.
So to clarify, what the policy here is saying, it is saying that only the first meeting of the month, non-agenda items are to be spoken of. The second meeting of the month is only for agenda items. That is what is intended here. Again, the first meeting of the month is for agenda and non-agenda items. The second meeting of the month is only for agenda items. The compromise that was made was to allow for non-agenda items to be spoken at either at the beginning or the end. What was originally proposed was non-agenda items only at the end of the first meeting of the month. What was suggested to amend and what was agreed upon was to include non-agenda items at the beginning and to keep it also at the end. So again, what the policy before us is proposing is for the first meeting of the month to allow for non-agenda items. The second meeting of the month is only for agenda items. I also want to remind us, which I know we are aware of, that with reference made to limiting public communication or not wanting to hear from the public, that is not the sense at all. That is not our effort, our intent at all. We know that our role as board members is to govern. And in terms of the day-to-day operations, the administration oversees that. And we know there are many opportunities to communicate with administration about questions, comments, concerns you have, that this is not the only outlet to voice one's concerns. We know that caregivers and teachers parents can go to their teachers. They can go to their principals. They can go to the superintendent. And they certainly can come to us as well. But this is not the only means of voicing one's concerns. We know that many principals have coffee hours. They have open hours where they have open house to be able to hear from the public, to hear from parents and caregivers. So there's a web of opportunities to communicate with others. We know that we have, whether you see someone in the grocery store or you email someone, there are many means of communicating. What we as a board are talking about with respect to the business of the board meeting, I'm going to ask for those in the audience to please be respectful, because we have young people here and watching, so we need to model appropriate behavior. As I was saying, in terms of attending to the business at hand of the board meeting, what we are proposing is to continue to have public communication. That is what we are proposing to continue. It's not about removing it. It's not about limiting it. We're saying that when it comes to public communication, the first meeting of the month will be as it currently is, agenda items first, followed by non-agenda items, whereas the second meeting of the month will be for agenda items alone. I just want to be clear, again, there are many opportunities for public communication. What we are talking about now with respect to the policy before us is permitting for agenda items at the first meeting of the month and the second meeting of the month. Non-agenda items are only for the first meeting of the month. Now, we may disagree with the policy. We can agree. We can agree to disagree. But it's important that although we may disagree, does not mean that the process is tainted. Does not mean that the process is being pushed. We may disagree, but let's hopefully we can agree to disagree. But I want to be clear with what the policy is being proposed at this time. Ethan, I saw your hand, and then Gail, your hand. Yes.
Mine's a question right now. I was under the, from last meeting, that the policy that was proposed in the amendment was that the first meeting you could have non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting and the end of the meeting, and the second meeting you would have non-agenda items at the end of the second meeting. Lorna, you said something different. You said it's only in the first meeting. So I just would like to clarify, because that's part of, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong on that.
Certainly, from what was proposed at the original proposal last week, before we amended, and even with the amendment, the intent was for there to be agenda items at the first meeting of the month and non-agenda items at the first meeting of the month, whereas the second meeting of the month is reserved only for agenda items.
At the beginning. Right?
That's what my confusion is.
Right. So I don't see any change for the ending of the meeting, and that wasn't proposed. There was never a restriction on agenda or non-agenda items at the end of the meeting. We're not changing that.
The policy we read in the first reading only had non-agenda items at the end of the first meeting. There's nothing about being at the end of the second meeting. The second meeting is strictly for agenda items, both at the beginning and the end of the meeting. Now, the second reading is presenting non-agenda has the opportunity at the beginning and the end of the meeting. So there's 2 chances to speak once a month.
Thank you. So, Claire, Gail.
Yeah, I want to make a motion to,
Well, we have a motion on the floor, and so are you looking, let me hear what you have to say, but let's.
okay, my motion would be to table this right now and to go back and have this revised so that it is clearly written, and that when we can at least, we can agree to disagree about the policy, but we at least would be clear on what the language is. And I really think the back and forth here is making it very clear that the language is very confusing. So my motion is that this goes back, it is revised by whoever revised it this time, because it wasn't us. I don't know who revised it, so now we have 2/3 of the text is different. Whoever did that maybe should meet with the policy committee, or should at least revise it so that it is clear.
Madam Chair, if I just may request, is the motion to table the item, or is the motion to refer it to the policy subcommittee? Thank you.
So I want to refer it either to the policy subcommittee or to refer it to the to our attorney, who can clarify the language and change it. I want it to go back and to be written in a more understandable way, because I appreciate what everyone's saying here, and I appreciate that you all understand it one way, but I think it is entirely open to interpretation. And I do not think on a policy like this that we should have any daylight between what's written here and what we understand. So I would like to have it go back to either the policy subcommittee or go back to the person who revised 2/3 of the text.
So, Madam Chair, in the order of priority, you first have to vote on the motion to adopt the policy itself. That is not the motion made by to refer to a subcommittee does not take priority over the main motion.
So I'm just confused why the last time we were here, when somebody made a motion that was acceptable to be voted on before we vote, well, maybe that was the first reading, so maybe that's why. Okay.
So, Madam Chair, the motion before the body is, it's been motioned, it's been seconded, it's under discussion, and you can at any time call for a vote.
Yes, thank you. And I think that the robust discussion reflects the process of wanting to have the discussion. That's the point why we come to the table. So I think that is a good thing. But yes, we do have a motion on the floor, and we have had discussion. Is there any other discussion regarding the specific motion on the floor before we do call for a vote? And I will ask for a roll call vote, please. Jason, I see your hand, and then Ethan, your hand. Yes. Ethan?
You sure?
Yeah, I'll go after you.
Okay. So I appreciate that you want clear language, and I think what we have in front of us does achieve that, because what we have is sentence by sentence description of how public comment will occur and the exceptions to that rule. All right. These were rules that were agreed on from the last meeting. And I don't want there to be any doubt that we've proceeded in any way other than one that preserves the intent of this body. Just also for the record, I want to correct some from prior discussion about music teacher comment, that music teacher comments have only occurred during agenda items, right? So, which is just to underscore the fact that the board covers many, many different issues, and that the public has commented on those in very meaningful ways. This policy preserves public comment on non-agenda items. The board also has a policy where it can change its rules at any point given 2/3 votes. So if there is someone who wants to speak on a non-agenda item, it's possible for the board to vote for that. So the insinuation that the board is trying to limit public speech or to somehow dictate the terms of the public's engagement is false. This is a policy designed to preserve public discourse, to preserve civic culture based on truth. So what I see in front of us is a sensible policy that puts the board's, that prioritizes the public work of the board according to the agenda, as well as providing opportunities for the public to comment. It's very clear to me. Thank you.
Sorry.
Just go ahead.
Ethan, are you deferring your time to Gail
No, I'm not
first?
deferring anything.
Okay, so
Couldn't go after me?
Yeah. I had 2 points. And one is, I'm being very sincere. I'm not trying to cause problems. I heard a different policy from Claire than I heard from Lorna. Is the second meeting at the end non-agenda or only agenda?
the second meeting of the month
Yes.
is for agenda items.
Which is different than what I thought it was before.
It is for agenda items.
All right.
Last meeting, it was the same word.
No, I understand, but my impression was, and maybe I must have misunderstood, I thought Claire was saying there would be available to have public comment on non-agenda items at the end of each meeting. That's what I heard.
But that's not something we amended last time. And as presented.
It's always been that way.
It's always been
We're
what?
not changing it.
Yeah, we are.
Here we are.
Yeah, ma'am.
The end of the meeting?
Yeah, we are.
That's why I'm confused.
No, we're changing the end of the meeting.
Again, I'm not trying to be difficult, but there's two different interpretations.
So in the first reading last time, the non-agenda items are only the first meeting. There's nothing even at the end in the second meeting. And that was not amended in the first reading. So as presented here today, non-agenda is only for the first meeting of the month, beginning and end.
And that's how it was proposed.
And-
That's what we discussed last time. And I felt like Claire, sorry. Claire's compromise was we need to allow non-agenda items in the beginning,
Right, no,
right?
but
So
I
then
thought
we
she-
said, okay, so once a month, we will have it be at the beginning and the end, but the second meeting will be agenda items only. And that's how it was presented the last meeting. And the compromise was, we can't ask people to just come at 10 o'clock at night or whenever we might end. So Claire's suggestion was we should allow non-agenda items also in the beginning. That's what the change was. That was my interpretation.
All right, I interpret different, but let me move on. So I would like to make a motion to this amendment that we take out the first sentence because I think we are in contradiction when we say the board welcomes public comment. I don't think we do. It's just my opinion.
Public comment is one way residents share thoughts. Board members use emails, letters. You stated that the first we heard of things was through board comment. That is not true. Over and over, we get emails and hear about issues before they're spoken at public comment. On the WH website, suggested steps to address the issue is teacher first, then principal, assistant superintendent, and finally the Board of Ed. I've had parents take specific classroom issues directly to the superintendent. The suggested path allows people to work in the district with opportunities to address, brainstorm, work together with parents to solve issues. Some issues need to go to the board, but some are out of our scope of influence. The board just made a difficult decision to hire a superintendent, and we trust Paul Vicinus to lead and support his staff in solving problems before they become a board issue. Contrary to accusations, we are listening and do care. The needs of military families was first heard at a Board of Ed meeting and was addressed immediately. The girls' softball playing fields, before and after care concerns, and special needs support all came to our attention in emails before the Board of Ed comments. To say that the Board of Ed comment is the only way people are heard is a lie. We hear, we read, we talk to people. Board of Ed comment is one method. And you know that because you receive the same emails that I received prior to comments being made at the podium. This is a public a business meeting held in public. It is not a public meeting. And so our business needs to focus. We have work to do. We need to hear the agenda item feedback. Once a month is a good opportunity for people to share things that are not being voted on, that are not being discussed. Email's another way. The state of Connecticut requires us to have one board meeting a month. It does not require public comment. We have 4 opportunities a month. We are meeting the state guidelines.
Yes, and then we're going to call for the vote. Yes.
So I understand you get emails, and probably in some, but my memory is some of these came out, the softball one, the military one came out from people coming up here.
Yeah.
Well, that could be.
Email first. You got the same one I got.
All right, well, I think it may be, but my perception.
I can get the
No, I'm not questioning you. I'm just saying, to me, it's most effective to hear people up here and speak.
And we agree. And so with that, Charlotte, may you please call the roll? We're going to call for the vote now. Well, we have to vote on the motion that's on the floor, and so that's the one. Your motion is not prioritized over the motion that's standing on the floor at this time. Well, if the let us vote on this. Let us vote on this first.
Okay. Dr. Chang?
Yes.
Mr. Goldman?
No.
Dr. Harris?
No.
Dr. Kamoff?
Yes.
Ms. Nazarella?
Yes.
Dr. Steinberg?
Yes.
Dr. Thomas Farquharson?
Yes. So the motion passes. So again, as it reads, as it is now in terms of public communication, public communications will continue at the beginning of each board meeting. We welcome hearing on non-agenda items first, we welcome hearing on agenda items first, followed by non-agenda items. We also have public communication at the end of the meeting as well, whereas the second meeting of the month will be on agenda items alone. And so before we move on, there was a comment or a motion that you wanted to make. But before we do that, pardon me, just ask legal counsel, is this something that we are permitted to do? Since this policy has passed.
Well, the motion is, she wants to make the motion, so you can motion second, but I'm not quite sure what the import of it would be because you've already adopted the policy.
Understood. Thank you. So with respect to you wanting to make you can certainly make the motion, and we'll follow suit with procedure following a motion being made.
So again, the motion that I'm making is that this is poorly worded, it is poorly understood, it is poorly written. It is 2/3 the text is different than we had on the first reading. And it is certainly, in my opinion, not clear and open to interpretation. So I'm making a motion that this goes back and is revised so that the language is clearer as to what we are actually proposing, what this policy is.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion does not pass. So again, we will continue with our public communication, just prioritizing agenda items the first meeting and second meeting of the month, and the second meeting of the month will be just for agenda items. Now moving on to new business, which we do not have any of. Now moving on to staff communications.
Sorry, I have a point of order.
Just one moment, please. Staff communications and reports. Before we hear the superintendent's report, yes.
So my question was why the agenda item that I requested be on the agenda here is not in new business, that it was put in request for future agenda items. I mean, request for future agenda items is when I requested an agenda item, but once it hits the agenda, it should be in, I believe, in new business, not in future agenda items.
So thank you for the question. I believe that according to policy, and that is where it was to go, but I'm going to, again, defer to our corporation counsel, please, for that rationale. Again, yes, in response to your request of a future agenda item that was applied to the agenda, but your question is where exactly, why it is placed where it is on the agenda.
Because when I requested it back in March, it was placed in the minutes on future agenda items. Now it's back in future agenda items. It's not a future agenda item, it's supposed to be an agenda item.
From what I will, and I'll have again our legal expert to specify the difference being from when it verbally was requested to be a future agenda item compared to it now being identified as a future agenda item, is it will allow us to have discussion on the subject that has been proposed. So with it being on the agenda and listed here in terms of development of a curriculum committee, that will allow us to have a discussion on that specific request, on that agenda item.
My question is, why isn't it in new business?
So, Madam Chair, my understanding is that you had received a written request from two board members to include on the agenda the development of a curriculum committee. And under 8354, which is your bylaw with respect to agenda construction, it does say that upon the written request of any board member, the superintendent and chairperson shall place on the agenda for the next board meeting any motion, which is an item calling for a vote of the board under new business section of the agenda. So the request as presented does not require any action by the board, but it is within the cognizance of the board. And so in that example, it then comes under request for future agenda items. And that's why tonight it shows up as a request for future agenda items. The action you can take this evening is to, you can direct the superintendent to prepare a report for perhaps the next board meeting. But based upon the way the request was presented and following this rule, it shows up as future agenda item.
So we are compliant with policy and bylaws with where it is at the current time, at the current place within the agenda. Attorney, just want to ensure. Oh, I just want to ensure that we are compliant with the policy and bylaws with where it is currently on the agenda.
Right, it's 8354, it's called agenda construction. The item shall be included on the agenda under the request for future agenda items. The item shall be addressed by motion directing the superintendent to prepare an oral presentation to be included on a future agenda.
Thank you.
So can I ask a question?
Yes.
So in theory, it never has to leave future business. So, because it's not really a superintendent, it was more a board type thing. I'm confused again. Is that what we're saying? What you're saying?
What I believe is being said is in response to the email that you both sent and having it placed on the agenda, what was read by Attorney Averano was specifying why it's placed in future agenda items on the agenda. And so is your question wondering why is it under future?
No, my question is, does it ever leave future agenda items?
Well, when we get there and we have the discussion, the actions that take place during that discussion will determine what takes place then. Yes. Sure. Now returning to Superintendent's report, Mr. Vicinas.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to hope to bring some positive energy, to expand on the positive energy here in the room with a number of congratulations to begin my report. It is the end of our school year. It's a time of great celebration. And I want to begin. I know that a couple of meetings back, you all had the opportunity here to meet our Teacher of the Year finalists, and this really is the first public opportunity to recognize and extend congratulations to Emily McMurray, who's a pre-kindergarten teacher at Charter Oak International Academy, on being named the 23-24 West Hartford Public Schools Teacher of the Year. Emily's an outstanding representative of an incredible team of educators who dedicate themselves to inspire and prepare our students. And she's a true champion at creating a personalized learning environment. And I'm just very, very pleased to have the opportunity to acknowledge her once more. I'd like to provide kudos to our music department for another outstanding Inter-L, which is our Inter-Elementary Music Festival, which was held at the Bushnell back on May 23rd. It was simply a remarkable and inspiring program, and it's testimony to the amazing work of our music teachers and the inspiration that they provide. I want to provide a heartfelt thank you to American Legion Hayes Village Post 96 for putting together the 9th annual military inductee recognition dinner that was held at the town hall on the May 30th. We had the phenomenal opportunity to celebrate over 20 graduates from Conard High School, Hall High School, Kingswood Oxford, Northwest Catholic, and our friends at Newington Public Schools as well. Our keynote speaker was Major Jerry Gorse, who's a Conard High School graduate and currently is on to West Point Military Academy. And our own Ethan Goldman gave closing remarks on behalf of the Board of Education, which highlighted not only his 20 years of service, which I thank you for, but also his experience as a military parent. This past Thursday morning, we hosted our annual mentor program breakfast, and it was truly inspiring to see the auditorium filled with community members and with students, volunteers who have given of their time to mentor a child. A very sincere kudos to Carol Wilkus for everything she does to coordinate our mentor program and facilitate not only that celebration, but the efforts that are ongoing to impact the lives of a child. I'm going to take a risk at leaving someone out. I want to thank Jocelyn Tamburillo-Noble, Sarah Isaacs, Ben Norland, Becca Lewis, and the entire staff involved with the Future Educators of Diversity. I attended the pinning ceremony alongside the high school principals this past Wednesday. I was moved in that meeting to see so many young women and men from Conard and Hall engaged in the FEOD, and I'm encouraged to think about the potential created through this pipeline of future educators of diversity. I want to congratulate Danny Brown. She's a paraeducator from King Philip. She was named the 2023 Keeper of the Light Award recipient. This award is given annually to a staff member that has exemplified the values, professionalism, and dedication to excellence in support of students with disabilities in advancing the mission of the Pupil Services Department. Finally, I want to thank our own Equity Diversity Council and the One Community Group for putting on a wonderful end-of-year retreat last Friday, where, among other things, we had the opportunity to celebrate our own Dr. Rosina Haskins with a reading of a formal proclamation, absolutely, by our Mayor Sherry Cantor. This event was a wonderful way to kick off Pride Month, a great celebration not only of Dr. Haskins' impact, but the work of these two phenomenal organizations to deepen our efforts to provide tangible progress relative to our commitment to equity and diversity. All right, a couple of highlights on operations. At this point, our schools have more or less completed their K registrations. We have also recently finalized all state testing and advanced placement testing. Eric Dempsey, our Director of School Security, has been out at our schools working with our parents, hosting parent programs to provide them general information regarding safety, school security, and offer opportunities for question and answer. Marianne Taft coordinated our first Law Enforcement Professionals Day with representatives from West Hartford Police Department, Corrections Department, and the Connecticut Army National Guard Military Police. That happened at Conard High School. Similarly, Kai Volpintesta, who's an American Sign Language instructor at Hall, coordinated for ASL students to teach and coach the West Hartford Fire Department with some ASL instructions. Students taught a lesson and they provided handouts and really helped to strengthen the commitment between our deaf community and our first responders, as well as our schools. The few remaining days of school that we have will see promotion ceremonies, graduations. High school graduations are taking place, as you know, on Tuesday, June 13th at 5 p.m. I want to provide a big shout out to all our parent volunteers for safe grad efforts. A reminder to families that high school exams for seniors begin on June 7th, And for the bulk of students in grades 9 through 11, exams will begin the week of June 12th, Monday, June 12th. During that week, schools will follow a later start time and a release that's in accordance with the period exams. Schools will have sent out the schedules to parents, and there is a late bus that runs daily. Looking forward, high school summer school begins on Thursday, June 22nd. The elementary and middle school summer programs, to include the ESOL prep program, begin on Monday, June the 26th. Our special education ESY extended school year program begins on 10 July. And finally, of interest to the board is our hiring process. The hiring is well underway for the number of administrative positions that we have, to include principalships and assistant principalships at the elementary, middle, and high school levels, and we'll be pleased to name our newest team members before the end of this school year. Madam Chair, that is my report.
Thank you so very much. Questions or comments in regard to our superintendent's report?
Just one comment. I thought the dinner for the military was great, and compared to when I went in where you were told not to wear your uniform in public, it was a lot different. So I appreciate you guys doing it and the American Legion doing it.
Yeah, all kudos to the American Legion. They are excellent partners in this.
Other questions or comments? I would like to respond to something you shared in your report where you made reference to a teammate who is transitioning on, and do want to take this opportunity to publicly thank you, Dr. Rosita Haskins, again for your service to this district. You have been here for quite some time, and your footprints remain and have left a legacy to hold us accountable to what we say we are going to do and who we say we are about. It's one thing to talk about being equitable. It's another thing to actually walk the talk. And to walk the talk not only when you're before a camera or being quoted in the paper, but in the classroom, in the hallway, in the grocery store, on the playground, wherever the case may be. So thank you for being an example in that regard. And we cheer you on. Yes, we're going to miss you, but we know that the other district you're going to be a part of is going to be equally blessed. So I'm going to ask us please to give a round of applause to Dr. Haskins. Thank you. And with that, we're going to move to staff reports and board discussions, but I'm going to ask if I'm going to recommend, please, just a 5-minute recess. I think our biology is talking to us. Is there any objection to take a 5 to 7 minute recess before we go on to equity and excellence? Okay, thank you. 5 to 7 minute recess. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. We're going to reconvene. Thank you for allowing us to listen to our bodies. And at this time, we again are having staff reports and board discussions where we're going to receive the Equity and Excellence Student Voice and Agency. The background will be reported to us by Dr. Rosina Haskins, Ms. Sarah Isaacs, Ms. Jocelyn Tamborello Noble, and student presenters from Conard High School and Hall High School. We are eager to hear this, so passing it to you, please.
Oh, great. Good evening. Good evening. Everybody doing okay? Yes. Good. So to begin, I'd like to thank you, the Honorable Board, for this opportunity to highlight for you and members of the viewing public some uplifting and exciting ways that we operationalize our mission to inspire and prepare all students and our vision for equity in our schools. So we feel like something special is happening here in the West Hartford Public Schools. And tonight I've invited a few special guests, very patient special guests, to join me here at the board table to tell a story about equity and excellence in our high schools with impact pre-K through 12. To my right, I am pleased to introduce Ms. Sarah Isaacs, Assistant Principal of Hall High School, Ms. Jocelyn Tamborello Noble, Assistant Principal of Conard High School, student leaders, Amani Snellings, grade 10 scholar of Hall High School, and Jason Hernandez, grade 11 scholar at Conard High School. And they are among many other voices that you will hear tonight through short audio and video clips that we've included in this presentation because we couldn't bring them all. They're very busy young people and they're leaders. But in a moment, you will see just how special these young people are and how unique they are, but collectively, they're just so dynamic. So I can certainly frame like the narrative on student voice and student agency and belonging, but truly it is their story to tell and their voices that really deserve to be heard. So I'll provide you with some brief context that guides our effort, and then I'll step out of the way so that you can hear from this talented group so that they can enlighten you and perhaps inspire you as well. So for those of you who were on the board last spring, March 2022. I recall how delighted you were upon hearing from then Assistant Superintendent, now Superintendent Pavaisanis, and now Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum, Ann McKernan, on the mastery experience, which is shaped by the vision of the graduate. This is essentially a portrait, as you see that image, of our hopes and our aspirations for our young people, which we make visible the essential attitudes, skills, and dispositions that we believe help students to be successful in school and beyond high school. It also provides a roadmap for our district strategic plan, and the mastery experience itself provides a pathway for students to really deepen their learning with greater purpose and passion. And so it also lets the community know, you spoke about accountability, what we are holding ourselves accountable for. Enhancing student voice and building capacity for student agency, it's grounded in a vision for equity and a vision and an equity framework. And that is inclusive, not regardless, we don't want to use that word anymore, but it is inclusive of the complexion of your skin. It is inclusive of your beautiful mother tongue, from where you hail, from how you wear your hair, to where you sleep at night, where you worship, and who you love. And so we make not just a commitment, but we make a promise. We value and honor all in our community as unique individuals capable of reaching their full potential. And when we clear the sleep out of our eyes and we recognize we have blind spots, we also clear paths. And we're relentless about that. And we pledge to partner with all families in service to equity, and that includes partnership with all of you. So these are just a few examples outlined here of ways that our dedicated public service, your dedicated public service as board members, this is the fruit that you bear in the work that you do and the support. The mastery experience, we've talked about that. It provides that pathway towards student agency and self-efficacy. Truly, when students have success and they feel like they can master something, they believe in themselves, and then they can thrive. The Student Equity and Diversity Council, we call it the SEDC, was the brainchild of one amazing leader at Hall High School who's graduating actually this year, a few years ago. And she modeled the Student Equity and Diversity Council after the faculty and staff Equity and Diversity Council. And they actually model really well ways to wrestle with really tough issues and in civil discourse. So we learn from them. You heard about future educators of diversity. We've brought them before the board before, but we are supporting students and their voices and their choices, but we're trying to model for them and encourage them and support them for those who aspire to become educators. They're always watching us too, and so I think that that's important. And then student focus groups, that's another way that we go about hearing from students and getting their feedback. In fact, Superintendent Vicines and I, we conducted focus groups with graduating seniors just a couple of weeks ago, kind of hearing about their K through 12 experiences or their experiences if they were new into the district later in grades, or those who can recall all the way back to kindergarten. But each year, we've been doing this since prior to Superintendent Vicines being named. We've been doing this for a long time with his predecessor. And so we do something with this information. Every year we hear something, and I tell you, if it doesn't make sense to us, we stop doing it, we make changes. And so with that, the one thing that we really want to highlight tonight is Youth Equity Squad. And so I'm going to flip the mic to Mrs. Isaac.
Thank you so much. First, I want to start by just thanking you all and Dr. Haskins and Superintendent Vicines for this fantastic opportunity to come here and talk about an opportunity that I got to take on this year. And I just find these student leaders to be so energizing, and it's just been a wonderful experience. And then to support the teacher leaders supporting them has been just a real privilege. So to talk about Youth Equity Squad, it is a focus on leadership, how to demonstrate allyship, the variety of avenues for students to use their voice and develop self-agency to create impacts at all levels. When we talk about what Youth Equity Squad looks like, it's students across Conard and Hall identified for their leadership potential by teachers, club leaders, counselors, administrators, and sometimes self-identifying as wanting to learn more and to have a greater impact on their community. Students come together from multiple backgrounds, experiences, clubs, activities to represent each school's rich and diverse student population. On the school level, Youth Equity Squad meets bi-weekly and comes together at Town Hall or at Conard High School on a quarterly basis as a larger group. This provides the opportunity to learn and implement leadership skills, experience collaborative norms, as well as constructive conversation protocols. Teachers lead Youth Equity Squad at the school level, and the work is supported by administration at both building and district levels. We work to partner with caregivers and parents and community members to enrich the Youth Equity Squad experience. And then numbered among these adults supporting our students are these partners who make up our One Community for Equity network. And then I will pass it to Mrs. Tamburello Noble.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak and to share the great work of our students, because first and foremost is their energy and their love for their community and their schools that really cultivate change and allows for many students to come to the table together. So thank you. So in terms of Youth Equity Squad, we've really made a commitment to strengthen leadership and communication skills. So how do we agree to disagree, and how do we come to the table to find common ground? And how do we work together in times and model for one another how to be kind and how to move forward when we disagree? Deepen understanding of equity and education in our community, so they understand the impact is not only regional, but how do they impact their larger community? identify specific areas of barriers, opportunities, and impact. And if you work with young people, you know they're very honest, which we appreciate. I have 2 teenagers at home who are also very honest and provide critical feedback. Communicate recommendations and action steps. So students provide us feedback and are able to work together to say, here are the key areas we would like change in our school, in our community, and also work beyond that. Sometimes it's even our regional areas. And then translate ideas into action. You're going to hear a couple of students today speak about the sphere of influence, having students understand who is within their sphere of influence and how do they make critical changes for themselves, and self-agency, which we connect to with our vision of the graduate. So students had the opportunity to really do some great actionable changes. So last year, students created their whole an equity symposium that was all student-led, student-run, student-organized, and myself, Mrs. Ambrose, and Mrs. Isaacs were able to be kind of on the sidelines to support. So students were able to do all of the parts and pieces, and they identified what are the areas that students need to learn about in our community. Students consult on community lessons. So the community lessons, which are like the advisory at the high school levels, students provide us feedback on the community lessons. So we work with culturally responsive instructional teams. Students provide us feedback, and then from there, they tell us what works and what doesn't, and what other things we should change. We have a lot of student focus groups to provide building level feedback. So what's working? So for example, what is the best structure when we're doing community? What are some pieces that we should do better? How we should structure the cafeteria? And what are some other recommendations that we have? Curriculum analysis and feedback is also another area. Students have provided some feedback on a variety of different topics on curriculum, but also instructional practices that work for them. We've had student panels for a variety of different teacher lessons, especially speaking about culturally responsive teaching practices. Students, principals, advisories, and then another part I'd like to highlight is that students from Equity Squad and FEOD have been part of our recruitment fairs. What an amazing way for future teachers who would like to join West Hartford to hear about West Hartford Public Schools than from students themselves who can highlight why teachers should work here. Because as much as it comes from a colleague or somebody who's currently employed, hearing from these young people would motivate me to stay here and return here to work. In addition to that, looking at screening committees, and also one of the pieces you're going to see later is a video. We have a mentorship program for which these students participate on. They have gone to the elementary schools and read books about different pieces of empowerment, working together. But what I also love is that students spoke to us and said, we have a lot of variety of different languages. So our last winter read had books in Spanish, Mandarin, Portuguese, as well as English. Here's a picture right here of them. And we're going to also queue up a video for you so you can get a little feel for what it's like.
You guys like hiking?
Yeah. Yeah.
Getting high and brown.
Gotta say it 3 times.
You guys like taking naps?
He wonders as tears fall.
I literally
Gave her big space bus title, and he says, Marisol, you're Chinese too. Great day. I am ready for a great day. I believe in myself. I believe in myself. I trust that I will accomplish my goals and dreams. I trust that I will accomplish my goals and my dreams.
Great job. Right?
Smile! Smile!
Thank you. So as you can see, many of our students really benefit from going to classrooms for younger grades. I will know that some of our students actually were able to visit the elementary classrooms for which they attended. And one of the first grade teachers at Wolcott Elementary School had one of the students' pictures on her wall still from when he was in first grade.
I'm really proud that you said that without getting choked up, because every time she says it, she gets really choked up.
In addition to the reads, we also have students learn about regional leaders and community leaders in our district. So students had a graphic organizer that really spoke to our vision of the graduate skills and dispositions. Students were able to ask community leaders and district leaders a variety of questions regarding policies, practices, and why are their leadership style, what about their leadership style works for them. So they learned a lot about leadership and asked our leaders some really hard questions. And we're really proud of them for being able to formulate questions and go beyond and thinking about our community and also our district and regional areas for which they want to change and activate change within that. So actually one of the last pieces of leadership that we made a commitment to was having the opportunity for our students to speak at a board meeting. So I really appreciate the opportunity for our students, as this was one of the goals that they identified at the beginning of this year. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to our students who have a great idea about what they're going to share with you today.
Hi, I'm Jason Hernandez, a junior at Conard High School. I'm also a leader and facilitator of Equity Squad and FEOD, not to brag or anything. I want to thank the Board of Education for having me, as well as Superintendent Vicinas and the executive team. I would also like to thank Dr. Haskins for all of her support, the Conard administration team, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Harville, and all of Equity Squad. The student voice effort through Equity Squad and FEOD have had a great impact on me throughout the time I've been a part of it. We were able to create a very good community with each other and have a special bond, you know, like every day, like every Thursday when we have our meetings, you know, it's like you're walking into a center where like you're not getting judged for anything you're saying, you know, like everyone's idea matters and, you know, everyone's heard. So, you know, everyone feels very comfortable, you know, bringing up an idea that bothers them or, you know, a real world problem that, you know, they want to talk about. And even if we disagree with the idea, we come to the table to find common ground and discuss the idea and also find a way to respect that person's idea. And, you know, if it's not, you know, such a good idea, we try to build upon it to make it a better idea. A connection to the vision of the graduate that I picked up on personally are my leadership skills, which ultimately led me to finding a voice through my increased confidence because, you know, even 6 months ago, I couldn't see myself doing something like this. You know, I always had stage fright growing up. You know, I couldn't really talk in front of even 6 people. You know, it's always been something, you know, that I haven't been able to do. And I would love to thank Ms. T for, you know, empowering me to believe in myself for that and push me to go outside my comfort zone. And even this is a stretch for me. You know, it's something like, you know, I was very hesitant about doing, you know, but, you know, I ended like her confidence in me kind of, you know, really pushed me to, you know, end up sitting here and actually giving this speech. It also gave me a place to know that I'll be able to be heard and seen, and I'm sure I can speak for a lot of other people who are part of Equity Squad and FEOD, that, you know, we all feel very heard and seen when we're, you know, even with Hall, when we go with them for the bigger, you know, ultimate meeting, you know, everyone's heard, everyone's seen, you know, a lot of people chime in with their ideas and everything, and, you know, it's just a good environment. My favorite moment for FEOD and Equity Squad is when we do our winter and spring readings, as you saw. Going to elementary schools and working with other students is just, you know, seeing the look on their face when they see us like, oh, these are high schoolers, like, you know, this is going to be us someday. Like, you know, they look at us like we're like gods or something like that, you know. It's just, you know, it feels really good, you know. We also make sure to spread the sphere of influence with them, even though they're younger, and, you know, this might take them a little bit of time to, you know, even realize what that even is. You know, we still want to install it into them now, like, because, you know, now is better than later. Me personally, I'm like growing up, it was always, you know, being a part of the NBA, but, you know, that's just a stretch. But, you know, but as I started to mature, I started to realize, you know, I aspired to be a social worker someday, and, you know, return to West Hartford Public Schools to, you know, sit here and, you know, teach young kids about FEOD and, you know, Equity Squad, and, you know, teach them about real world problems, and that, you know, you're heard. You know, you're not some random person with ideas that are not going to get heard. Something like, you know, you're going to be heard. You know, people are going to, you know, want to hear about your ideas, and, you know, your opinion matters. My hope for the future is, you know, to increase the sphere of influence that the students have in the West Hartford community, and, you know, to expand these efforts of FEOD and Equity Squad throughout the district, because I know, you know, some people in the district don't have this opportunity that we have, and, you know, I'm personally grateful that we do, but I would hope to, expand it throughout other schools. And, we're hoping to expand it to middle schools and also an Equity Squad mini. So.
Hello. I'd like to thank all of the FPOD and Equity Squad advisors, as well as everyone else who's been involved and everyone here today for listening, for their time, and for their guidance. My name is Amani C. Snellings, and I'm a sophomore at Hall High School. As Caitlin mentioned earlier tonight, Hall recently won a Halo Award for Best Contemporary Play, which was really big for us. But something that wasn't mentioned is that Conard actually won for Best Classical Play. So West Hartford swept that category for the whole state, and that was really, really cool. But the best part is we're all backstage, we're screaming, we're cheering, we're really excited, but it wasn't, okay, this one school celebrating, We were all one town, one community, working together and supporting each other. And I think that really represents what FEOD and Equity Squad are like for us. Equity Squad and FEOD have taught me how to express my ideas in a way that promotes community, helping me call people in instead of calling people out, helping me become a better leader, a better communicator, which helps me in every aspect of my life and helps exemplify the vision of the graduate, which is part of why I use Equity Squad as my master experience. Both groups have surrounded me with like-minded people, which I feel is really, really important because it reminds you you're not alone in this fight, that equity is an issue that matters to more than just you, which is really important, especially when you're in high school and you mention it, people are like, okay, that's fine, but I'd rather see the game, or I'd rather do this, or I'd rather, it matters because it makes you feel supported. It helps prevent you from being frustrated or apathetic or burnt out. So getting on the Equity Squad bus, like when we pull up at Conard, we have certain songs we're going to play, and everyone's cheering and everyone's excited because as important as it is to listen to the speakers and talk about these issues, it also matters that we create a community. And again, we're still teenagers, so we're having fun while we're doing this work, which I feel like is really important. This year, as Equity Squad students, we've been working on community lessons as well as over the summer, which is really cool because when they come on Wednesdays, I'm like, okay, friends, here's what we did. What are your thoughts? And I know they're going to tell me exactly how it is. If they don't like it, we're going to know, and we're going to know in their specific words. So it's not going to be necessarily polished or, well, it was okay, but we're going to hear exactly the specifics of why they did or didn't like it, which is really important for modifying things for moving forward. And I feel like it helps us bridge the gap between planning and the actual execution, which I think also matters because on paper, two slideshows might seem very similar, but they might create very different reactions among the students. So I think it's important to feel what they're feeling and make sure that's represented in a positive way. Overall, I only have one main hope for West Hartford Public Schools. I hope that one day everyone feels comfortable and supported, knowing that their needs are met and their identities are affirmed. Thank you.
So here's a short clip on students giving feedback, having taken feedback, and promoting community, which is our high school advisory. And, there's no better testament or voice than to hear it from our own students.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Community, where each week during period 2, we will cover lessons and activities connected to social emotional learning and social justice standards.
These standards provide the guiding principles to create and implement community lessons.
The Student Equity Squad and Teacher-Based Culturally Responsive Instructional Team collaboratively create lessons based on your feedback, comments, and suggestions. You would also be asked for feedback at several points throughout the year.
Each month we ask you to celebrate our community by sharing accomplishments in our community.
Keep a lookout for a Google form to fill out so we can celebrate those in our community. Community, to me, is a time to share opinions.
A time to bring awareness.
A time to find common ground, even when we disagree.
A time to honor perspectives.
A time to celebrate our heritage and culture.
A time to elevate issues and topics that are meaningful to us.
If you are interested in becoming a member of the Equity Squad and a part of developing community lessons, please apply by scanning the QR code on the screen. Remember, your voice matters. We hope to see you there.
So while we spent a lot of time last year talking about elementary SEL, this is what was happening at a high school. They were building community in every way and really promoting it so that everyone feels valued, seen, and heard. And as I said, something special is happening here in the West Hartford Public Schools, and we've got 4 great examples of what we should be excited about. Here's one. I just snuck this one in on them. This is my amateur photography of Miss Isaacs and Miss Tamborella Noble after our spring, there was a spring college board conference. It's a presentation that they gave at Propadite Conference, a professional development conference for educators working to make a difference for Latinx students. So as a result of this, we learned that there are educators and administrators and families and community partners across the nation that are hungry to do more of this, build capacity for student agency. And they're knocking at our door. They're looking at West Hartford, and we truly are a destination district. So there is so much to be excited about in our schools. And, when you're having productive struggle or wrestling the way you were this tonight, just to find that common ground, I think we can lean on the wisdom of our young people. We want to close with this quote and this image because it says so much about what we should be excited about. And I'll begin, and I'll ask my co-presenters to join me. Your beliefs become your thoughts.
Your thoughts become your words.
Your words become your actions.
Your actions become your habits.
Your habits become your values.
Your values become your destiny. Thank you. We'll open the floor for questions and discussion and this beautiful image of our young people and the adults that support them.
My, oh my, yes. Thank you so much. Questions, comments regarding what we have received and those who are before us? Claire.
So it says you began in 2016. Can you share a little bit about the growth and the projection you see of the involvement by the students?
I'll just start with Youth Equity Squad only started 2 years ago, but what inspired it was future educators of diversity. And that group was growing, and I call them, and some of them, imposters, because not all of them wanted to become educators necessarily, but they found a space where they felt like they can show up and in affinity spaces, that they could feel affirmed and feel safe, bringing their authentic selves to school and into those spaces. And then, so it inspired the Youth Equity Squad. And Jocelyn, do you want to say more, or Sarah, you want to say more about that?
So some of the pieces that students came to us in working in both Hull and Conard was really the piece that they wanted to have some of the tools for agency. So as our vision of the graduate really looks at some of that, we needed to provide some tools for that. So some of it began with one training for 1 year. It really impacted and extended to all of our students. And it's really a vision that we have, that our students are able to have the tools and be able to grow and learn about themselves as they learn and impact the world around them.
Other questions or comments? Yes, Jason.
All right, thank you for that amazing presentation. Jason, Amani, we need you. We need you desperately. Thank you for sharing your experiences and for giving light to this group. I'm curious about, one, your plans after you graduate, or you're still have a couple more years with us, but would love to know what your thoughts are given this experience and how that's shaped your plans. But then I'm also interested in the ways that the program has designed feedback loops between students and other faculty in the high schools. and it sounded like there were opportunities for teachers to hear feedback from students, and I'd love to hear an example of how that worked, because I think there's I don't know, I've just seen other kinds of narratives about trying to update, pedagogy, trying to improve teaching, and sometimes it feels very far away, like that there's a skill that's unattainable, or that there's some other gap. But I think the model that you're presenting demonstrates a very immediate route to improving that by dialogue, and the Equity Squad sounds like a group problem-solving crew, and driven by equity. So I think that's a really exciting kind of collaboration, and would love to learn more just about that teaching part. So first, would love to hear about your plans, how this has shaped your experience. Thank you.
I have a lot of plans. I always joke that I want to be Barbie when I grow up, have 100 jobs, many careers, many aspirations. One of my main aspirations is I plan to go to law school. But while I have so much admiration and respect for lawyers who work in a typical sense as public defenders and representing people in other ways, I want to work as an advocate, as an activist, educating the general public about how the law works, because there's a lot of inequity in that, and helping people understand the new policies we need going into this new age, and the ways the policies that have existed over time have created systemic issues and systemic inequalities. I also am an actor, I'm a performer, so I intend to keep dancing and singing and acting and writing and all of that as well.
For me, I plan on attending college. I have a few colleges in mind, but I plan on going for education or like a psychology kind of, because other than being a social worker, I always thought about being like a therapist for even like kids my age or even younger, because I feel like not a lot of people feel valued in life, and I feel like they feel very alone in this world, and I always wanted to be that one person to tell someone like, you're not alone, like there's someone there who cares about you. You're never alone. Like, I always want to be that one person who people come to, oh, I have a problem with this, or I'm not feeling so well today, and I always want to be that person to uplift them and make them feel like you have a purpose in this world. No matter how long it takes you to find it, you're gonna end up finding it someday. And yeah, so.
To answer the question about the feedback loop, is I think we provide a number of different opportunities for this to happen on the student level. One clear example is during the summer, Equity Squad met and developed ideas for what community should cover, student voice. Then, as we worked on creating the lessons, we were able to work with our CRI team, who developed the lessons, and then we were able to share back with the students in the Thursday meeting during Equity Squad, and then we would meet as a district as the adults looking at the lesson again. So there was always kind of a consistent feedback loop as we looked at, and really tried to develop something that was going to be meaningful to our learners. In general, we work really hard to develop and promote best practices for student voice, and that we're working on creating supportive environments as we develop tools, and really building staff and teacher capacity to have those conversations and to work with students and create those stronger feedback loops so we can quickly implement really thoughtful feedback from our students and elevate those voices.
Other questions, questions or comments? Yes, Ari.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to, I first wanted to thank the three of you, and I see Becca in the back, and she's in all these pictures, so I'm going to shout her out as well. But I just want to thank you for coming up with these opportunities for our students to have a safe space, to have brave conversations, to help them kind of navigate the world. When I heard the two of you speak, I mean, Amani, I want to be you when I grow up. I've decided, no joke. And Jason, if you are serious about pursuing social work, when you go and get that degree, you come and find me and I will offer you a job. Because all you had to do is what you said right there is all any social worker needs to do, is to make kids feel heard, seen, and validated. So you've got all the skills already. It's in your nature. So now you just have to go and finish the education piece. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Gail.
Thank you. I was wondering how many kids are in each of these squads, both at Hall and at Conard?
So we are not competitive in Equity Squad. So I will tell you it's about 45 in each school. And when we come together for the trainings, we do have some in-house trainings that we do every other Thursday, and then we have larger trainings that happen at the district level about 4 times a year. So it's about 45 in each school, and we usually train intensively about 25 from each school.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask one other question? You wrote here, you identify and prioritize equity needs and concerns in respective schools. Could you give us like an actual example, like from the last year, of what that actually meant and how you, what the concern was and how you prioritized it?
Wow, which one? I mean, we had, you all raised, well, think about some of these folks that you spoke with and you raised questions, matters, and inquiries. Do you want to speak to any of those?
So I think one of the specific things that we talked about was how in community lessons sometimes there can be, backlash isn't the right word, but there's healthy discourse among people with different opinions, or similarly, I guess this is technically last school year, but when the mascots for Hall and Conard changed, that was definitely something we made sure to cover in community lessons and talk to students about.
I'm going to share something. I had the privilege of being a guest speaker for Equity Squad, and while the superintendent search was a rigorous process, I say with no joke, talking with the Equity Squad was a very rigorous process. I was in the role of assistant superintendent at the time, and the Equity Squad wanted to hear about what we had done to support greater representation within our curriculum. They wanted to talk to me also, and I'm pretty sure they talked with Rick and Julio about representation in terms of the diversity of our workforce. And I was preparing to really provide this positive narrative about where we are, because we are, as you saw on the slides, we're not just, as Rosina mentioned, we're not just a leader in the state, we're a leader nationally. So I'm expecting to come in and have students, really congratulate us on the amazing work. And it was humbling, and it gave me perspective to realize, of course, in a student's, I have the perspective of having been in the work both as a teacher and an administrator for over 3 decades. But in the students, they simply were saying, and rightfully so, in the span of their lifetime, things are not there yet, and they're not moving nearly fast enough for them to feel that impact at where they are in this moment in their lives. And it was motivating, it was inspiring, it was made me sweat a little bit, more than a little bit, but it really, it centered me in that moment for really never being complacent, never resting on yesterday's accomplishment, and always, always focusing your efforts and reminding yourself of why you're doing it. And when, to Gail, your question, how many students, I'll go back and I say, when I went to that pinning ceremony, when I went into that equity squad meeting, affinity space is not a strong enough word to understand the success of this program relative to how it creates an atmosphere where students can be themselves. Students can, and I want to put on my Pollyanna hat and say that it's that way everywhere because we want it to be that way everywhere in every classroom. But I recognize that it just takes something to where you can walk into a space and naturally feel welcomed, feel valued, and feel like there are those around you who may not agree with you exactly, but they have enough shared experiences that you'll be heard, you'll be listened to, and that's exactly, I think, if I may project that, what the FEOD, what the Youth Equity Squad, what some of these other efforts have created for our students, and it's what we want to create everywhere in our district, everywhere in our schools at all grade levels. So I'm so proud of this work. I'm so excited by these students. I think you share that with me in terms of, you just think you're talking to some young people about what they want to be, and they're so clearly focused about what their future is, and then you hear what that future is, and there's so much promise and excitement in how they're looking to make a positive difference in this world. So I'm thrilled by this presentation. I just want to thank you guys.
Other comments? Jason, yes.
Students have always pushed education forward. So I just want to, thank you for using your voice, and thank you for creating these programs. This is very special. Thank you.
All right, other comments? I echo all that has been shared. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. Thank you so much, Sarah. Of course, Dr. Haskins, thank you for your leadership. I certainly echo with an exclamation point, underlined, italicized, in bold letters, thanking you, Amani, and Jason as well. I do want to ask you a question, because you are a sophomore, you are a junior. So we have one more year with you, 2 more years with you. And with you both collectively describing this experience as being beneficial, feeling heard that multiple times, feeling heard. I also saw the importance of representation, seeing the video of you all reading to those young people. I got a little choked up because representation does certainly matter. And with you talking about feeling heard, what would you say you have gained from this experience that will prepare you when you are in settings where you are not heard and when you are overlooked? What can you say you can tap within yourself to still allow you to persevere and to speak up and speak out?
So what I'll say about that, while in Equity Squad we don't always agree with each other on every single thing, there's such a level of mutual respect and support. The knowledge that even if the people supporting me aren't in the room right now, they're in my heart, I'm thinking what they're thinking and those sorts of things, it's really motivational. So knowing that even if I'm in a room by myself, I'm not actually by myself, and I have the support of all these people behind me is really important.
For me, I mean, she really took the words out of my mouth, but I mean, even in a room that I'm not feeling heard, but I know other people are being heard, that still feels good. Because even if I'm not being the one, I know other people are being heard for their ideas. And even, I can tap into their idea and be like, oh, I agree with you or I disagree with you. And I know that, everyone's, like she said, the mutual respect factor. I mean, everyone's going to respect each other's ideas at the end of the day. It's not like someone's going to be like, oh, your idea was dumb. Like, everyone's just going to respect what you have to say. So, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Always remember that. Always remember when you are in those rooms, and even if it appears as though there is no one there agreeing with you or supporting you or cheering you on, please know you have many, 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 many people that are there with you in spirit, cheering and supporting you on. And that's going to be important because there are going to be moments when you are going to have to dig within and remember why you are speaking and why your thoughts and why your opinions do matter. Even in those moments when you may be questioned, you still must remember that your thoughts and your opinions do matter, and you do have the right to be heard. We are so very proud of you. Thank you so much for encouraging and mentoring them, and we look forward to seeing and hearing more from you both. So a round of applause, please, for our young people. Oh, yeah. Rosina, Dr. Haskins, pardon me.
This is my last board meeting, and I have the mic. I'd be terribly remiss if I didn't express gratitude to all of you. I mean, this is an example of like equity muscle memory. This will continue on and on and on. And I've just been so fortunate. I'm grateful to have had this opportunity to serve in this way. And to just be influenced by people, young people that, I really aspire to be like they are in this work in service to equity and in humanity at large. So thank you also for your earlier warm chair. And I want to also recognize your service because it's not easy. And I know it takes a great level of intestinal fortitude to make some really tough decisions, but I know that you're keeping our students as your North Star. I'm really grateful for the way that you all champion our students, you champion our educators and our families. Some of you I've known for a very long time. I hope that you've seen the ways in which I have evolved. Others, I wish that I could have been here longer to really get to know you more, but I'm going to continue to follow the West Hartford's journey because something special really is happening here. And I do want to acknowledge Dr. Chang, especially as an outgoing board member who I've come to know in such a wonderful way. You have definitely influenced our work. I love the humanness that you bring to all of the complexities that you all grapple with and into board governance. It's a great model for our young people. But you also bring our mission and our vision to life in everything that you do. And I don't think people see it enough, but I want you to know that we see you. When people say, oh, Jason's leaving the board, you're not done. You're just getting started, right? And so we see you, Jason. We thank you. And I'll look forward to following your journey and following the journey of this destination district. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all. Once again, wonderful job. All right, as we continue on and make the transition, we now will prepare for Safe School Climate Report. And as we have coming to the table, thank you so much. We have Dr. Andrew Murrow, Miss Ann McKernan, Dr. Chad Ellis, all right. Seeing them emerge from behind the screen. Mr. Juan Millian, there we go. Ms. Joy Wright. All right, the team is here. We pass the baton to you.
Thank you. So, again, at the table this evening with me to talk about school climate and our new school-based diversion initiative, we have Ann McKernan and Joy Wright and Juan Millian and Chad Ellis. And I know it's getting late. Liz made me promise that we'd be very quick. She's very sleepy back there. But I did want to start with a little story that I think helps explain some of the work that we do with students and why that we feel that climate is so important in our schools. So back in the early 1970s, two psychologists came up with an experiment. And they took a group of Princeton Theological Seminary students, inherently good people, we would presume, and asked them to walk across campus to give a lecture on the parable of the Good Samaritan. Along their route, the psychologist positioned someone in a doorway, not moving, eyes closed, coughing, and groaning as the subjects went by. Someone, in other words, who clearly was in need of a Good Samaritan's help. So there was a twist. Before the students left to give their lecture, some of them were told they were late. Others were told nothing at all. And this little variation in the situation made all the difference in their behavior. Only 10% of the students who were put under pressure of being late stopped to help the struggling man, whereas nearly 2/3 of those who were on time stopped to offer help. So as the psychologist put it, on several occasions, a seminary student going to give his talk on the parable of the Good Samaritan literally stepped over the victim to hurry on his way. So what does this study have to do with school climate, and why do we talk about this when we talk with administrators and teachers and with parents? I think it shows that our behaviors are sometimes not about us as people, but instead are about our situations and the pressures that we're under. We have great kids in our schools who oftentimes are having a bad situation, or are having a bad day, or just sometimes a bad 10 minutes. And so much of our job as school leaders and counselors is intervening and helping students find the pause, helping them find the time in situations. What we're asking students to look at is to look beyond the moment, to do the right thing, to make the right decisions. And our job is to teach young people to slow down during these stressful situations, to navigate these decisions that sometimes lead to poor choices and consequences. And when they make a poor choice, we ask them to learn from it. We ask them to rebuild, and we ask them to restore those relationships. So when we talk about, help me out here, Ann, how do we load this? Oh, you got it, okay. So when we talk about school climate, there's a clear relationship between climate and outcomes, and both the federal and the state legislation recognizes this relationship. We're charged in Connecticut and at the federal level with tracking and with looking at this relationship. And so we say, and we make sure that when we're looking at climate in schools, that we look at three main components. We look at engagement, we look at safety, and we look at environment. And so we talk about establishing relationships with students, with staff and families. We talk about our respect for diversity. We get kids engaged in activities, and we have connections with schools and with the community. We talk about physical safeties and emotional safety in schools. We talk about emergency readiness. You've heard Eric and Ann and I talk about that again and again. And then we talk about a safe environment, about clear, consistent, and fair policies and school-based supports. You've heard this year You've heard this year a lot about our ongoing supports for students' mental health and the challenges we've been facing. We're a reflection of the larger community, and we've maintained the extra counseling and the extra support staff in our schools, and we'll continue that for next year. We've also seen a marked increase in our at-risk assessments this school year, and I wanted to share this with you, and we shared this in the board report. This is as of the end of the end of May. And we continue to match students and families with both services and support at an alarming rate. And, we're a microcosm for the community. And I would argue the community is a microcosm for the state. And so this is something that is consistently a concern of ours, and something that we've been saying now for a while. And so this is something that we're going to continue to track as well, as far as our assessments and our ongoing supports. But one of the supports that we've added this year for students and staff at the middle school level is our SBDI. And Ann has been the lead on this program and done some amazing work in developing teams at each of our middle schools. So I want to turn it over to Ann to explain the program and to talk about the positive impacts on the school climates.
Right. Well, thank you, Andy. And I have my colleagues here from the middle school who were gracious enough when we said, we think we have an idea here we can go after. There is a grant from the State Department of Education on the topic of school-based diversion initiative. And this is an initiative which really seeks to reduce the number of all types of school-based arrests, expulsions, out-of-school suspensions, and in-school suspensions. Anything that separates students from their community, from learning with their peers. And we also knew in this program that it could help to build the knowledge of the staff and the teachers and all of the staff members, not just the teachers, and help them manage behavioral health crises more effectively and learn more about how to access community resources and work as a team. And finally, it was an opportunity, if we got this grant, to link students with the appropriate supports. So I asked this group, hi there,
Hello.
You're doing quite a bit already, but how would you like it if I wrote a grant? And hopefully we get it, and it would allow you to bring even more support. And as you can imagine, they all immediately said, I'm on board. I said, I want to start it in the middle schools because I think that's a really great place to start. It's such a difficult transition into middle school. Middle school is certainly so new and so the environment is so much bigger for kids. There's more adults to navigate. There are more children to navigate, and as such, there's more supports needed. So we were fortunate. We wrote this grant last summer, I believe. We were awarded the grant. It's not a lot of money, but what I like about the grant is it is the way they designed it. So the first thing that we were able to find out was it would be administered by the CHDI, the Connecticut Health Development. I'm sorry, it's right here. The Connecticut Health and Development Institute. So it's a state grant administered by the Connecticut Health and Development Institute. I see some nodding heads, so this must be an organization that I'm new to learning about, but has been around for a while. And they got some initial seed money from the MacArthur Foundation to start learning about how to do this work. So CHDI came in, and they have a few goals. That one of their core components is professional development. And so I worked with this staff, and what was nice about it is when you talk to CHDI, they will give you a menu of different professional development topics that you can bring to your staff. And I just put 4 or 5 up here that I think that our team decided to bring to our staff. So this is a core component, is to enhance the knowledge, attitudes, and skills of the school staff to support diversion and the diversion principles and practices. So we started the year by bringing CHDI in 3 times and kind of laying a foundation for what we would be doing. Another core component was to build more community coalitions, reduce burdens on schools to always address the mental health components, teach more about 211, bring the Bridge and other youth services bureaus in, and just help with more connections. So one of the big focuses has been on restorative practices. I'm going to let the team talk a lot more about it. We also we have not done this part yet, but another component of that will be a discipline policy consultation. So they'll help to come in and look at how we have designed our discipline policy to make sure it's gradual and to make sure it makes common sense to not only the adults but to the children. The grant, as I say, wasn't a tremendous amount of money, but what it allowed us to do was, and I think these guys appreciate it more than anything, is we were able to name a leader in residence in each building, and they got a small stipend to lead the work. And what that really did was start to make it really a teacher initiative too. And that group, and I think, Juan, you had one, and yours was one, and at Joy's school, they decided to have 2 people to split the stipend. And this group was this small group of very motivated teachers was to start to go to special meetings, learn more about the program, get a small cadre of interested teachers to learn more about where is our data, what can we do better. And what I really like about the grant not only is, did you name a teacher and leader in residence who got additional training and was the kind of cheerleader to build a teacher team, and they got extra training, but it came with a little bit of money, not a tremendous amount, as I say, between maybe $5,000 and $10,000 per school, to say, what do you need in your school? Sedgwick's can be different than KP's, can be different than Bristow's, but what do you need for your unique solution? And so we have been able to empower and teach these leaders and residents who've really taken on the work because they believe in trying to find alternatives to suspension. And then been able to, working with their principals, identify specialized programs that might help their school. So I'm going to stop here and let each principal talk about how it played out in their building. I do want to let you know that at the end of the year I said, should I write for the grant again, or was 1 year good enough training, or was this not a good path to go down, so should we stop? And they all said, no, please write again. Let's see if we can get this work growing. We think we're on the right track. So with that, I want to turn it over to my friend Juan to talk about what this looked like at Sedgwick.
Thank you, Anne, and thank you for having us here tonight. It's great to be with the board, and we're excited about this opportunity for us. And if I may say, before I go to the specific question, I'm very optimistic about our children. I think I see a lot of our children doing better and better, and I'm excited about how receptive they are when we do things that are actually helping them. I see this readiness to really move on, to take on a better scenario, a better outlook for them. So I am very, very optimistic about our Sedgwick kids and our West Hartford kids as a whole. You know, I see it every day, despite the difficulties. Yes, we do. We are in the middle of a mental health crisis. Well, this is what it looks like in the schools. We have challenges. We have kids who are truly struggling. There is a context that it makes things a little bit more difficult. But despite all that, we also see a vast majority of our students really wanting to do well and showing us the need for joy. And when we give them those opportunities, they are embracing them. So I can't wait to keep going on this work. As Anne just summarized, this is a year for us of planting seeds. It's a year for us and for our staff to understand the reason behind why we are doing this, which I think is the first step for any successful story. Why are we doing this? And I believe that our staffs are there in that respect. We've had good presentations, good professional development, truly looking at the reasons why, more traditional approaches might not have been working for all kids. And I think that's the key of what we're talking about. We need to do things slightly different, and what really excites myself and our staff is precisely that we're going to look at other possibilities that are probably more responsive to the needs. So it's been about training, it's been about reflection, it's been about familiarizing ourselves with the language. This is when we talk specifically about restorative practices, it's a pretty simple concept. There's not a lot of complexity to it. I think it's more about committing to it. It's about finding that time. Time is the key here. To pause, finding time to really engage our adults and kids in good conversations, in good dialogue. So that's a lot of what we've been doing, that discovering those opportunities through teacher leaders, but also we have formed committees. This is truly teacher-driven process. You typically talk to our teacher leaders circumventing me completely, which is great. It's a good signal that the key people here are the teachers. And so we are looking for experimenting a little bit to next year go into specific goals that would bring the restorative approach to every classroom, to every situation. This year, for example, we have at Sedgwick a good number of teachers already implementing some of the strategies in their classrooms, in their daily life. And those teachers are sharing those experiences with colleagues, and the power of peer training. But we're also trying to go beyond the classroom. We as administrators, we're trying to when possible have the restorative approach when imparting discipline, and in collaboration with the families. So we do a lot of education and for families, trying to understand what is behind this. and also opportunities outside the classroom, like at Sedgwick we have something we call restorative lunches, which gives us an opportunity to really take the time to sit with the kids, understand their needs, and then provide them with strategies and a level of readiness to then restore, to have that conversation with the adult if the harm was done with the adult, or with the peer if it was something among peers. I think that the value of this at the end of the day is that traditional discipline, you impart a consequence, you pretty much leave it there. This is actually a model that is forcing our students and our adults to really have an opportunity for healing, an opportunity for hearing each other. What we see is that when the two sides talk, that opportunity truly exists, and then an opportunity for learning. There is an opportunity for growth, learning outcome that I think we're missing with a more traditional approach of suspensions and out-of-school situations that I don't believe is in the best interest of our students or our schools.
All right, good evening. So you've heard probably some of our colleagues talk about or use the phrase pre-storative. If you haven't yet, you probably will soon. The idea of pre-storative work is really setting a baseline, because when you're restoring something, you really need to think about, what are you restoring to? Are you restoring to something that is inherently, biased, inherently, we talk about systemic issues. Are you restoring to something that's broken to begin with? And we don't want to do that. Right, we want to start from a baseline where we are culturally responsive, where we are thoughtful, we're mindful of things, and we take an informed, considerate approach. And so the work we've done across the schools, and certainly at Bristow this year, is focused on the adults. Because if you think about, sort of the different elements of the equation here, you have a student behavior and you have an adult response. Now, kids, based on where they are, their age, they have certain reactions that are developmentally appropriate and not necessarily, rarely, rational. You would hope that the adult, by virtue of age, training, experience, would have a rational response, but unfortunately, we're human beings, right? So we're faced with a 12-year-old that is, using some interesting language to express their dissatisfaction with us, and we're humans as well. But we have to sort of, bite our tongue and react in a way that is above what our animal nature dictates in the time, right? And I just want to say, the kudos to the high schoolers for being such models of mature young people, right? That is exactly, and again, thank you. I hope you're still back there. That's exactly, they're not good. It is a school night and it is late, so. They're exactly, the type of person that we're looking to create, right? And to model their type of, the depth of their thinking that you saw tonight, and their ability to communicate with each other and disagree effectively. That's what we're trying to build, right? But before we can get there with kids, we need to get there with adults. So we've spent a lot of time this year focusing on, Ann mentioned we had 3 sessions. One was just to get staff used to the idea of what is this SBDI in the first place, right? Because we are used to this idea of punitive. Something happens, I hurt, I want you to hurt, and that's justice, right? You hurt me, I'm going to give you some element of revenge, and then we're okay. But that doesn't change behavior. Right? We know that. Suspensions, those are things that sometimes once upon a time made somebody feel right that justice was being served, but it does not change behavior. What ultimately we need to do is we need to understand, what are the root causes of these student behaviors? What is it that is causing the student to manifest this behavior? And so we spent time, after the first session on what is SBDI, we focused on what is trauma. What is it? How does it manifest in student behavior, right? And so where you as an adult may see a student and in your mind they're being quote unquote willfully defiant, chances are pretty good that student has a history of trauma, right? Doesn't necessarily need to be capital T trauma, right? It could be lowercase t trauma. Everybody's experienced some degree of trauma. We also had a session on vicarious trauma for adults, right? Again, we are all adults. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with adults in my building this year who have come to me to close the door and been like, do you know what I had to go through as a kid? I had to figure it out on my own, pull myself up and get through it. And my response is, I'm sorry, but can you imagine what your life would have been like if people understood? If people took a different approach to you growing up, how your life as an adult would have been different if we knew better then. And we didn't know better then, but we know better now, and we're trying. And this is one of those programs that's allowing us to do that. So that's been our focus at our school. I am excited again for what we're going to be working on for the future, because we are building those spaces within the school for when a kid is dysregulated. We don't really have a great space right now, right? So it tends to be, administrative offices, which are not just places for punishment. They're places for counseling. They're places for healing. They're places for conversations. I've been in the room. I'm not too proud to say Rosina's been in the room. I've been sobbing with parents who have shared their stories with me this year, right? This is the community that we live in. It's very real. And everybody is here because at the end of the day, we want what's best for our kids. This program is allowing us, it's giving us resources to do that in a way that, we do the best we can with our resources. These are just extra things for us to do that much more.
So you hear different stories. One thing that Juan said that I think is important is that this is a time of seed planting, and it's a shift in our thinking. If you're a parent, there's this piece going around about gentle parenting, right? And the way that we parent and the way we may have responded to responses is different now, and people have different ideas about what that is. Ross Green, author of a book, The Explosive Child, Lost at School, he's done collaborative proactive solutions, says kids do well if they can. And I think people do too, right? People do well if they can, and having that approach. And so this is new for us. So similar to what Chad said, where this is a time of educating the adults about what that looks like, what does it mean? It also means saying, how do I have to shift the way I approach? And I think we all do well. People don't get into education because they don't like children, because they don't want them to do well. And the idea about discipline is teaching. How do we teach students to do something better the next time? And the response, the question is, what is the best response for that? And there's challenges, right? When a student is dysregulated or there's a physical safety issue, right? We exclude for a time, right? But the question is, when we exclude, what are we doing? How are we teaching? What does that look like? And it doesn't mean that that's not imperative to do, but how we do it and what we're doing during that time matters. If I'm sitting home now, if I had gotten suspended, I would have been cleaning that. I would have been begging to come back to school because my Nana would have had me doing so much work. I would have said school is the place where I want to be. But as one parent says, if I'm working, I can't manage my child, and what are they learning as a result of it? And so we have work to do, right? We don't have all the answers at this point, and so I do think it's important to say we are at the beginning stages of this, and we are in the process of kind of saying, what do we do and how do we respond in a way that really is focused on discipline. Restorative practice is not about without consequences, right? For every action, there is a reaction, but it means how we talk about those consequences, the way that we implement teaching along with it, so that when we say, Maya Angelou said, if you do better, right? When you know better, you do better. Well, we have to, how do we get them to know better so that they can do better the next time? I say the road to wisdom is paved with mistakes. Right? We don't become wise without making mistakes. And so we expect that. What we want you to do is make different mistakes, right? Because you're learning from all of those. And so we're all in this learning process. I'm really happy about the teams that we have that have been trained. There have been 12 staff members at KP who have already gone through they had 4 days, so 2 days each of different levels of training. We have an interdisciplinary team, so it's not just teachers. We had paras training. One of our security guards is trained because they are part of the community.
community and what that looks like. So we're looking at the next stage of getting more staff trained, but also kind of turnkeying that. One of the it's in the board report. One of the trainers, Chris Raitt, has been wonderful in terms of talking with our staff, getting us to this point. There's something called the social discipline window. And so moving us from like that authoritative approach, I tend to lean towards that initially, and not punitive, but just I grew up in a directive way, right? And understanding where do we kind of lean, and that we're all going to move between kind of passive, permissive, but we want to be in a with approach. No one wants to be having something done to them. We want to know that we're with that process. You heard that with students who talked about that here in terms of the equity squad is about building this with relationship. We are in community with each other, and that's really what we're going to be focusing on. And so the beauty of this is kind of building these circles, these restorative circles. In some ways we're in this kind of U here, but if we think about closing this, we are in community, and sometimes our structure creates that community. So we're going to focus on how do we do that in the context of our advisory time, building those communities. To what Chad said, we're setting that baseline of we are in community, which means how I treat you, right? When we're in community is going to be different if I don't know who you are, right? If I don't value what you bring to the table. And so we're going to focus on that and continue helping the adults. I don't think the kids, it's funny, students get it, right? Like students, you're having these conversations, they understand, okay, I need to make amends. How do I sit in this kind of circle with you and identify this? It does take time, right? It's easy to initiate this consequence, move forward, okay, and then I move to the next thing. It takes time to have conversations with students and talk about where did we go wrong? What could we have done differently? And that's the struggle. I mean, remember, teachers we have a schedule, we have 9 periods right now in the school day. They're moving from things from pace to pace. That's the hard part. How do they take the time to do what's necessary to do that when they have to move to the next piece? So that's what we're trying to figure out, and it means they can't do it all themselves. How can we use the staff that we have? How can we use ourselves as leaders to start to initiate those conversations and build that foundation so that their time is respected and they're doing what they're there to do? And so that's what we're focused on. I'm really excited because this isn't this is new in some ways, but it's much needed. We need to think about how we respond differently in a way that really respects the dignity of the adults, of the students, of our families. And so that's where we are, seed planting. We're starting with progress, and I look forward to what will continue, especially as we move into the second year of this grant.
So our first year accomplishments, we did establish leaders in residence at every school, which was tremendous. They built teams of small teachers who were also interested. We trained over 30 professionals in a 2-day training. Really, that social discipline window is great because it really says to an adult, how do you want to be with a kid? Do you want to be 2? Like I tell you, 2? Which makes the child feel a certain way. Do you want to be 4? I'll do it all for you. Doesn't necessarily hold the standard too high for the child. Do you want to be not? Too busy, too tired, just do whatever you're going to do? Or do you want to be with? And that's the hardest place to be because you're working, but you're not doing it for them. They're working and you're doing it together. And that's really been a good shift for us. They also are looking at our data, this team of people. They are... We've held different professional developments. I think what's so interesting is each school was able to do their own way. So Sedgwick said, let's look at restorative lunches because that doesn't take kids away from class. And I can put my clinical team there and kids can work for 2 weeks on, hey, what was that harm? And what was a better way? And am I ready to make amends on that? And if I'm not, I'm not, but at least it gives the opportunity. And Chad emphasized bringing in some real joy to the school, and let's lift the emotions here and really bring in some joy and some special speakers and celebrate being middle schoolers and having fun and kind of being a little bit silly motivational speakers and what have you. And I think Joy's was also brilliant. She made sure to train all her para staff and all the people who interact, because not just the teachers who are interacting. So what was neat about it is they all went in their own way, and they can learn from each other. Maybe someone loves restorative lunches and they pick that up. So where we are is next year we're going to apply for the grant again. Hopefully build on what we learned this year. And I've also asked the high schools if they want to participate, and they both said yes. So we'll have 5 schools, 3 in year 2 and 2 in year 1. So we are, we're happy where we are, and it is a shift, but we're learning.
All right, thank you so much. Teammates, questions or comments regarding what we have received? Yes, Claire.
This is a very impressive program, and I love the teacher leader approach that you're using. They also, one school is not the same as others, and when you give that person that's chosen to be the teacher leader, they get to take their perspective and build it right for their community. The fact that you're bringing in paraeducators and teachers' assistants is so critical, because the time element is such a challenge. How do you address and give restorative practice a chance when you're in the middle of teaching and you have all these other students? So building capacity by you doing the grant, it's fabulous, but the more people who are trained, the better chance you can get to that student sooner, because in a teacher's day, I'm sure there's times you can't. So bravo to you guys and for writing the grant, and for the teacher leaders who stepped up to try something new. And thank you for trusting their leadership to take it in a way that works. Thank you.
That's a great point, Claire. That's always been, I'm sure the principals would agree, that's always been one of the hidden secrets of middle school, is some of our best counselors are non-counselor staff. Our security guards, our paras, our TAs, our cafeteria staff, our office staff are all fantastic and working with kids, and are some of the best people that we have in the building.
Other questions or comments? Jason?
Yeah, this is a really exciting program in the midst of very grim figures for the risk assessment. I'm reflecting on the presence of the excuse me, the mental health counselors that we have for the elementary schools, and it pained me to think that we weren't able to make a more robust safety net in the middle schools. And so this program feels really meeting that need to continue that care for our students. And I just so appreciate the perspective of, if there's a conflict or a problem, it's that there's usually an unmet need that's happening. And I think, when there is conflict or problems, we tend to move directly to solution, right? And but the restorative philosophy behind that is to first understand and to listen and to build that relationship. And so I'm incredibly grateful for this grant, and thank you for writing it, and thank you for putting so much heart into how it's carried out. And I hope it has just tremendous success and continues to grow, and we get another year.
Yep.
Thank you. So you've been doing this about a year, is what I'm understanding. Okay, so I'm curious if you have any results or any data that shows that you've had any impact with these programs and with the grant in bringing that trajectory down in any way.
Right. So yes, thank you for that. That is part of it. It's not just doing things, but it is measuring things. And we'll have end of the year data soon. But the leaders and residents meet about 3 times a year with CHDI, and we actually report, and they're looking for a 25% decrease in in-school suspension, a 25% decrease in out-of-school suspension. They're looking for I can't remember the percentage, like at least a 10% increase in 211 referrals and calls, and a decrease in arrests. Now, we have very few arrests, so that's hard to decrease. And each school is in a slightly different place, and we'll have results pretty soon to see if we made that 25%, or if we...
It's safe to say we...
I think, the results aren't finally in. I think we might make it in some places, but even if we saw any decrease, that's working in the right direction. And we want to see the decreases for the right reasons, right? We don't want to just make numbers to make numbers. As Chris Wright said, one of our primary trainers this year, this isn't about like just replacing everything that you've ever had. Some of those things are in place for very good reasons, but it's trying to transform our relationship with kids. And as Andy's first story said, a lot of our children are great children. All of our kids are great children, but they get in bad moments sometimes. So we will continue to do this work and hopefully get better at it. We are measuring it. We do have very clear goals for it. And I think we can report that pretty soon. Yeah. But I mean, I think incrementally we are very close to our goals this year. At least last time I looked, we were.
Yeah. It's a baseline right now. We're not in full implementation of anything really yet. It's more the training, but I think it's a good start, and I hope to see some encouraging signs with the data, but still a lot of work to do, a lot of new things to put in place once we develop this expertise and understanding of how it works in every classroom, in pretty much every setting of the school, But I would say that it's encouraging.
Other questions or comments? Thank you so much. Thank you for what you're doing, what you've shared, and the wide approach that you are in doing so. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Courteous audience here. All right. Let us now move on to routine matters, where we have the financial report, and we are seeking a motion that the Board of Education approve the financial report for the period ending April the 30th, 2023. Is there a motion?
I make the motion.
Thank you, Claire. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ethan. Discussion. We're glad to have Liz Hewitt with us here as well. So, Ethan, I believe you have the honors today.
On the discussion. Sure. Just to recap, the school funds are reported in 4 categories. First category being the general fund report, which was budgeted for fiscal year 23 at $181.2 million. Second category is the state and federal grants funds. At this point, the school system had $17.2 million in funds entering the fiscal year. Some of that funding covers next year as well as this year or future years. Third category is special funds report, which covers 8 different funds, and the fourth category is nutrition service fund, which had $3.4 million at the end of April. As of April 2023, the general fund had year-to-date expenditures of $140.4 million against a budget of $181.2 for the full year. $140 was obviously at the end of April. At this point, the school administration is projecting a positive $25,000 variance to the 23 budget, which is basically just above break even. The overall variance is unchanged from the prior update that was given at the end of March. While the projections month to month have had changes, they've been relatively small. In the salary group, there was a positive, which accounts for $119 million of the budget, or almost 2/3. There was a negative variance of $100,000 in the teacher salary line and an offsetting $100,000 variance in the teacher substitute line and teacher assistant line. There was a positive $10,000 variance in the benefits category in the unemployment compensation line, as well as a positive $15,000 in supplies and materials. Offsetting that is a negative $25,000 in purchase services, the net being just being flat to the prior year's projections. In terms of state and federal grants, there is over 11.2 million in estimated expenditures for the fiscal year. 5.4 million in ESSER 3 funds that will be used in the future, primarily next year. As already discussed, the replacement of those funds will become important in the budgeting for next year, or the year next. In terms of special funds, there are 8 different funds, as I said, to project, and projected to end the year with a $1.4 million balance, a net decrease of $437,000 from the prior year balance of June last year. The largest negative activity came from the education services reimbursement, which was $500,000, and that was used to replace a reduction of the anticipated funding from the state of Connecticut. Finally, in terms of the nutrition service funds, there's been a significant increase in this nutrition service funds balance, going from being over 2.1 million at the end of April a year ago, 2022, to a balance of 3.4 million at the end of this April, 2023. And that includes 195,000 in terms of equipment purchases, and the expectation is there will be more equipment and infrastructure spending in this summer and in the future based on the money that we have. So now that I've enthralled you all, basically, I guess any questions, primarily for Liz or for me or Claire.
Thank you so much, Ethan. Teammates, questions regarding our financial report? Seeing none, hearing none. Again, all of those in favor of approving the financial report for the period ending April 30th, 2023, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now moving on to approval of the minutes. Seeking a motion that the Board of Education approve the minutes of the regular Board of Education meeting of May the 16th, 2023. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Jason. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Renee. Discussion. Seeing none, all of those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you very much. Now on to information and reports. Board members, do we have any communications and reports from other boards and organizations? Okay, all right, other information and discussions. Well, I will interject information and discussion. We are aware that this is the first, rather the last, look at them. I said the first. I'm trying to keep you here. But the last meeting with Jason, with you being with us here. So yes, you got to suck it up. We're going to have a moment of making comments to you. So we know that Jason is going to be moving on. He's still going to be in the district, but moving on to bigger and wonderful things. And so we just want to give an opportunity for our teammates here to share some words with you. And so let us go in alphabetical order, if we may, and beginning with Ethan.
So Jason, while there is clear differences of opinion of the various policies that come up between you and me in terms of the issues, I enjoyed working with you and really appreciate your willingness to listen to different opinions, and felt that even though I disagreed more times than not with your ideas, they were always meant in the best of intent, and I'll be sorry to see you go. So, but the good part was, at least my feeling was from listening last meeting, that you're excited about what you're doing and you're choosing to do it, and I wish you a lot of luck, and I hope it all works out well, and I'm glad to have met you. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ethan. Gail.
Jason, it's been a pleasure working with you. We don't agree on much. We're always on the opposite side. And it's funny that out of all of the board members, I think I spent probably the most amount of time with you on different committees and different things that we ended up doing together. I wish you a lot of luck in what you're going to do. And I am impressed with your thoughtfulness on different issues. It's been a pleasure sometimes to hear the way you think about things. There's a Jewish saying from Ethics of the Fathers that it says, "Who is a wise man? A wise man is somebody who can learn from everyone." So I hope that the feeling would be mutual, that we've learned some things from each other, and I wish you only luck in the future.
Thank you, Gail. Renee?
So I'd like to share that the reason I'm here today is because I was inspired by you. I was so inspired by your work with the mascots and your words and your rationale. They really inspired me to step up to public service. I'm so honored to have worked with you. And I can't wait to see where you go. I was so excited to read about you at NBC Connecticut. I was like, yes, I worked with him. I'm so excited. It really shows that West Hartford is a great place for breeding talent in in the state. And I can't wait to see where you go from here. And it shows that the impact that we do here is a bigger issue. And I'm so honored to have worked with you, even for our brief time together.
Oh, Renee. Okay, all right, Claire. Thank you, Renee. Claire.
So when I applied to be on the Board of Ed, you applied at the same time. And when I saw who they chose, I understood. And then I got to work with you. So you're a consummate educator, working to make a difference for so many people in the world. I enjoyed working with you and seeing your thoughtful approach to policy, research, and reducing hurdles for the people who really need the help, the marginalized students. And I know you'll continue to make your mark. I'm thrilled that you're going to work on the state level with the AAPI. Working at the state level and giving that kind of expertise and influence is going to be so important when we get the curriculum in the classroom. We need someone who cares, understands, and will do the work. So thank you for your service, and I've really enjoyed working with you.
Thank you, Claire. Ari.
So, Jason, I just really want to thank you for being a champion for our district's mission. You are committed to the schools, our students, and our community as a whole. Your passion for learning models for our students that nothing is unattainable. I just refer back to your story about failing college, high school? Yeah, and look at you. So being transparent and authentic is also a gift that you share with each of us, but also, with the community as well. Not everybody can do that. I have always appreciated your thoughtful and meaningful dialogue at the board table. You put a lot of thought and effort into all that we do. You never come unprepared. I appreciate the fact that you just constantly are advocating for equity and inclusion across all aspects of our district and as a larger community as well. You really have been a source of support and guidance during some very difficult years on the board, and your eternal optimism is inspiring on a whole different level. I will miss you as a colleague. I'm hoping and I'm confident that we will continue to build our friendship outside of the board and collaborate maybe on other shared interests and issues moving forward. I'm really sad to see you go, but I actually realize that it's time for us to share you with bigger and better things. So I wish you well.
Jason, I'm going to be transparent. I'm speaking off the cuff from the heart in this moment. I think I intentionally did not prepare because I've been didn't want it to happen. But it's here. It's here. It can't avoid it. And I echo all that colleagues have shared. I really appreciate the words that each of you shared tonight. And shared through words and through tears. And you got me going. I'm not going to look at you, Renee. But it speaks volumes to who you are. And I had the privilege of crossing paths with you as a parent. I'm a parent, you're a parent, we have children. And clearly seeing that how and who you represent and who you speak up for, it's not just here at the board table, but that's how you are as a parent, that's how you are as a professional. And you are someone who clearly walks an authentic path, someone who walks the talk. And that is so meaningful for us because that is what we continue to strive to do as a district, to walk the talk. And the fact that you are moving on to encourage others to do the same, a local, a statewide, and a national level, is a beautiful thing. Because as much walking and talking we have to do, the reality is not everyone is there. Not everyone wants to do that. And so that is what I'm so impressed and have been and continue to be impressed with you, Jason, that even in those moments when there are conversations that need to be had, but people don't want to talk about it, you're still willing to show up and still willing to speak up. Even when adversaries target you. And want to say that we know that since you have been on this board, there has been quite a lot of that. And in spite of, you continue to show up, you continue to speak up, you continue to advocate for those who may not feel as though they have a voice. You are someone who is an inspiration to many. Thank you. I want to thank your wife, Julie. Thank you for sharing your husband with us. You get him back a little bit more. But we thank you. But we appreciate your presence. We look forward to our paths crossing again. We do have some tokens of appreciation for you. Now, we know you mentioned before about not wanting a chair. We do have a chair over there. Insisted on still having a chair. Why? Because we know that it is our practice whenever we have a board member who no longer is sitting here at the dais, we give them a chair. You've earned that right. Now, it's your choice whether you choose to take it or not. It hasn't been engraved yet. So please let us know. If you don't want it, we won't engrave it. But nonetheless, you have earned the chair. But in addition to the chair, we do have for you something that you can carry with you. And this is a symbol. This represents a gift from all of us here, all of us here. Again, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being you. And you know, I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just saying see you later. So thank you so much. May I give your husband a hug? That's all right.
I just want to say thank you. You never know exactly how you come across. But I had a friend tell me that you always speak from the heart, you never go wrong. And I just want to thank you all. Be right behind you.
Right. Now moving on to future business. Announcement of future meeting dates. The next meeting will be part of the upcoming academic school year. Tuesday, September the 5th, 2023, where we'll have our regular Board of Education meeting at 7 o'clock here in the Town Hall, followed by Tuesday, September the 19th, 2023, regular Board of Education meeting, 7 o'clock here at the Town Hall. And then again, Tuesday, October the 3rd, a regular Board of Education meeting, 7 o'clock here at the Town Hall. And then Tuesday, October the 17th, a regular Board of Education meeting, 7 o'clock here at the Town Hall. And so now moving on to request for a future agenda item. So we do know that there was a request that was made, I believe in February, of a topic to be discussed. And that was right on the heels of us getting ready to go into the budget season. So Gail, thank you so much for your patience at that time. But since then, we have had some conversation in response to that, but nonetheless did want to adequately respond to a written request via email from our colleagues, Ethan and Gail, specifically to talk about and have on the agenda a development of a curriculum committee. And so with that, want to please give you, to share and elaborate more your thoughts on this matter.
Okay, thank you. So I did email all of you guys a few days ago about this idea, and I wanted to discuss it if we could. I know it's very late, but I do want to see what your thoughts are on this. I'll just quickly summarize for the people, obviously, who didn't get the email, which is just the guys sitting here. So I would like to propose that we consider developing a subcommittee of the board that deals with curriculum. Some of the information that I want to share with you is that we are one of the few districts in the state that actually doesn't have this committee. 80% of districts in the state, according to CABE, do have a subcommittee that deals with curriculum. And this would, some of the things that I think that a committee such as this could help us with is, first of all, I want to be very clear that this is not in any way going to replace or to interfere with the current curriculum committee that exists on the district side. But it would allow better collaboration between the board and the administration in being aware and knowing, one, what curriculum is actually being introduced into our schools, what curriculum is potentially leaving the schools, and what materials are coming into our school. It is a state mandate, as far as I understand. I'm not an expert, but there is a mandate that the board is supposed to be voting on materials and books that are being used in the schools, and we don't really do that in a direct way now, and curriculum committee is something that could do that. I also think that, this type of committee helps to bring consensus and transparency between us and the community and the administration, so that we're all sort of on the same page. And I'm not implying in any way that, things are being done sort of like behind our backs, but I do think that we don't really have, as a board, a good understanding of the curriculum that's being taught, except for certain things that aren't presented here. But in an overall picture, I don't really think we have a good sense of that. So those are the general ideas of this. I think in places where it has been implemented, it tends to work well. It's not. I don't think it's something that is particularly time-consuming. I think curriculum committees meet maybe a couple of times a year, just to kind of, let's say once a quarter kind of thing, to be apprised of what's going on with the curriculum. I'll just start there.
Ethan, did you have one to share?
Sure, I was going to be Sure. I just think, to follow up on Gail, that the more transparency and the more conversation and the more discussion that we have on any subject, and that's what I was trying to do before when I raised the finance, it's not a reflection of the administration. I think they do a great job, but I think the more involvement we have and the more the community has, the better for everybody. And I'd like to see it. My understanding from CABE was, because I called to ask, because I didn't know how much the curriculum, who has it, who doesn't, but was we should be approving things that are added in materials, and they suggested in the budget, which I think is already too chaotic. So this is one way to do it.
Right. So thank you, we're discussing. Is there a formal motion by chance to develop a curriculum committee, so then we can formally have it as a discussion per se?
Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly how this gets done, because we don't typically do this. I'm happy to make it as a formal motion.
Madam Chair, if I could be recognized?
Yes, please.
So, thank you. Your current bylaw, 8354, does provide direction on how the board is supposed to address this. So the item, that's the future item here, shall be addressed by motion directing the superintendent to prepare an oral presentation to be included on a future agenda. So the only motion that the board can take now and entertain with respect to this is a motion directing the superintendent to prepare an oral presentation to be included on a future agenda.
Thank you. Does that, do you want?
I mean, I don't really think that is the intention of my idea here. I mean, I'm certainly happy to have Paul do that, but I don't want to give Paul extra things to do that aren't really related to what I'm trying to do here. So, I don't think that's what I requested, and I don't really think that would really, unless Paul feels that is somehow going to promote or support this idea. Or anybody else here. Yeah.
Claire. So in your letter, you stated that I think it was 6 schools in our DERG have curriculum committees, correct? Or no, yeah, so that ends up being 28%, and 72%, I guess you don't know if they do or they don't have it.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of time consuming for me to go through like every single, district and find out CABE told me that 80% in the state have it, and I went through, because I have to go through their website and see if they have it. So I picked some that do, and some in the DERG, some in our DERG that do, and some in the DERG that don't. I mean, we could certainly get that information. It's just like it's a lot of work to go through every single one. But if that's information that we wanted, I mean, I guess that could be part of a presentation.
So by my count, we have 8 curriculum-related policies. And one in particular, 6420, says that the superintendent and his or her designee shall establish guidelines for the selection process of materials. So for books and materials, there is a policy about that. There's also policy for public complaints. There's policy for controversial issues. There's a policy 6230 for curriculum design and development. Having served on curriculum committees and knowing what the process is like, there are, I think, at least 12 major subject areas, at least 15 grade levels from pre-K to 12, all of those needing materials, needing books, needing curriculum decisions. Currently, the board is given a presentation when there's major overhaul of curriculum. But in general, curriculum is developed by curriculum specialists, teachers who are specialists in their field, people who have been educated in curriculum. And when they develop something, it's presented to the whole board, a new program. So I think as long as we all get new curriculum presented when there's an overhaul or a big change, I'm happy with that. I think all board members should hear. A subcommittee, to me, when curriculum teams will take 2 full days and work on curriculum. And West Hartford has a reputation where some of our staff actually work for state boards. They are recognized nationally. The people look to West Hartford for the curriculum that we develop. When Native American curriculum was being developed by the state, we were way ahead of developing Native American curriculum, and Paul shared the work that we had. So we're not behind on doing curriculum work, but I think sometimes people don't realize what's involved in it and how people who specialize. Now, when Lorna had asked, were you talking about SEL curriculum, you said no, all curriculum, all subject areas, all grade levels. And the scope of that, this is people's careers. They work on curriculum as their job. Teachers get subs and take time off of work to work on curriculum. So how a board member could be involved in all the choices of material and hear presentations, I don't understand your view of curriculum and what you think we could do better, because we are already an amazing district as far as curriculum development, and people come to us for our ideas.
So I don't think you're potentially not understanding what I'm proposing. I'm not proposing in any way that we have a curriculum committee that's going to start writing curriculum. It is a CABE recommendation that the Board of Education have a subcommittee that deals with curriculum, and 80% of districts do. So the question, I guess, is why do 80% of districts have a curriculum committee and we don't? I think that this is a way that that I think that this is a way that we work in better collaboration with the administration as opposed to in tandem. So I think that, what other curriculum committees are doing is something that we could be doing as well. I understand that, we do get some notice here when curriculum changes, but I don't think that that's a complete list of what's going on in terms of curriculum coming in and going out of the school.
Can I just share? You mentioned in your letter that it was a CABE mandate. Yeah, you used the word mandate. And CABE is a volunteer organization of Board of Eds. They don't represent every Board of Ed. You can choose as a Board of Ed to belong to CABE, but CABE is not a regulatory organization. They are a collective of where you can go for support. The state mandates curriculum committees, and we meet the state requirement with our curriculum format we follow now.
Your mic. No, that's okay. But actually, what I do want to caution is because we're now getting into the specifics of your email. However, it has not been widely distributed, and so if we are going to, unless you read your entire email, then just want to base the genesis of our conversation on what is said here at the table here. No, I understand your piece. I'm just trying to avoid us not breaching policy. So we want to make sure that we are being transparent in what we're discussing, and because not everyone is privy to your email, just yes. Attorney. Oh, I thought you were going to.
No, Madam Chair, I was just going to ask her to put her mic on. It sounded like Ms. Harris was going to comment.
I mean, I believe that this would enhance the connection between the board and the administration. I think it's a way to do some of the things that we've talked about here. I don't see it in any way being overly burdensome, and I don't see it in any way interfering with what type of curriculum is in our schools. But I don't agree that, and this is not in any way a criticism of the administration. I just think that there's a limited amount of time here. And I think that, we maybe do hear about big curriculum changes, but I don't think that we hear about all curriculum changes. And I do believe that this can be organized in a way that's not particularly burdensome either to the administration or to board members. I mean, I do question why we have no finance subcommittee here. We have no curriculum subcommittee here. Those are things that are fairly standard in boards of education. And to fight not to have them, I guess I question why we wouldn't want to sort of enhance our working environment with administration on both of those issues.
No, that's all right. No, respectfully receive what you're sharing. And what I wonder too is, because I think that with you describing wanting to be aware, to be informed, I don't think anyone knocks that at all. I think we certainly do want to be aware and be informed. What I do, and we do have a financial advisors committee. Ethan's a part of that as well as Claire. But with you speaking in terms of a policy subcommittee, I do, not a policy, pardon me, a curriculum committee, I do think that there are many pieces already existing that address that we may not be well versed in. And so if I may ask Superintendent Vicinas, if you may just outline what is entailed in terms of the curriculum development process, please.
Certainly. And I appreciate the question. I've had the opportunity to share a little bit about it in terms of my understanding of the statutory, requirements. Boards of education need to have a curriculum committee, which we satisfy through Curriculum Council, which is a collection of both standing and ad hoc members who will hear curricular reviews of not only, all of the curricular programs that exist, all the content areas, all the disciplines, but also the specialized programs to include things like our nursing program, our school counseling program, OTPT, speech and language, and things of this nature. And we do so on a regular calendar, typically a 5-year review. The standing membership typically represents instructional leaders from the curriculum office itself, our assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction, our director of elementary and secondary education, a representative from pupil services, and a representative from English as a second language. And then ad hoc members are brought on based on either their experience in the content area that's under self-assessment, or based on their relative to position. So if a humanities area is being reviewed, maybe another related discipline under humanities will hear that really with the lens of what are the complementary opportunities. And so certainly that is a component in terms of the committee being able to recommend, develop, review, approve curriculum. In terms of the Board of Education, as I further read down the statute and I see things like the establishment of goals and policies, I think Claire was referencing how those policies are in existence, and I certainly understand. I've had the opportunity to hear this question and understand if there's interest from the board to have greater communication, to have greater frequency of reporting. That's certainly something that you all can ask for. If, as I hear our legal, our corporate counsel share, if you wanted me to prepare a report on what other districts are doing to dig into the CABE recommendations, that's also something that you can ask me to do. But either way, I can be responsive to whatever the needs are, and if there are more questions about what are the major curricular efforts, what are new standards, how does our curricular programming essentially serve the board goals, serve our educational mission. That is my hope, that is the information that I'm bringing to you. In terms of the selection of resources versus voting on resources, I'm not, I'll be honest with you, I'm not clear on that. My understanding is, you certainly vote on financial expenditures and work through, especially as we talk about the institution of programming and something such as an emphasis that we have had as a district on computer science and looking to boost that curricular programming under the aims and under the auspices of a district, a district vision that my expectation is the board supports. That's the kind of thing certainly that we've had conversations around here that I would look for the board to either affirm or potentially if there are course corrections at any point in terms of what you're looking for in your vision for the schools, that you're helping to inform that. But those are generally going to be the recommendations. That type of program that I'm bringing forward to this group to say, this is the direction that we're trying to go. This is the type of curricular programming that currently exists. This is what we'd like to see in the future, and then certainly through the budgeting process as we bring forward, whether that's positions to help staff, a deepening or a direction that we're following, or certainly when you see within the budget process as we're trying to resource those things, and then certainly of course to close that out, what our metrics are as to how successful are we on that, what metrics have we established. So that's all within the reporting that I hope to ensure that everyone's comfortable with, that you have enough information, and where there's information gaps, I would simply say, we would ask for those reports, and we would provide them with whatever frequency the board is seeking. I've got eager people who stay up late, so they're happy to comply. But I stand ready to respond in whatever way the board would like.
Thank you. Yes.
I just want to ask you one thing, Paul. So given the infrastructure that you already have, do you see, as opposed to maybe what I'm presenting here, is there a place on that a board member or two board members or as many board members could be, let's say, on, working on with you, as opposed to forming, let's say, a new committee? There's something that already exists that, a board member could be part of. And again, I'm not looking for, if you tell me this is something that meets every single week, obviously I don't believe anybody up here is going to be able to do that because it's going to be too time consuming. But if there's some type of infrastructure where somebody, once a month or once a quarter, that you already have something that exists that a board member could be part of.
Sure. So our current curriculum council, essentially, the frequency is probably quarterly that they're commissioning and hearing full day reviews of a content area. That's always something, if folks have interest in finding out about that. I guess I don't know enough about the formality of the ask, and so again, that's something I think that we could develop. But at any point, I mean, if tomorrow someone wanted to call me up and engage in a conversation about, hey, what are we doing in, whether it be science education, social studies, anything, I can create that opportunity, because there aren't, there aren't any real big secrets in curriculum. I think it's a question of what is the board looking for formally. Informal things we can do at any time.
Jason.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to think through the spirit of your request, and I'm thinking about the different ways that the district conducts its own reviews of that of the curriculum, and the different ways that it receives feedback, either from teachers, from the community, and occasionally through the board from presentations. And it seems like what you're asking, quarterly, every few months, it seems like that happens already with board presentations for the curriculum. And, the vastness of all curriculum in the district is, to say that there would be like a quarterly meeting to look at one aspect thoroughly would go beyond, any one individual's term on the board. So what I'm trying to say is, I think the spirit is to know and understand, and I think that happens. And so maybe what you're looking for is maybe more of like a calendar map of when the district presents its curriculum at board meetings, because that seems to be the time when it's presented to everyone, and it gives the district a time to think through how it's going to present. And I feel like we get really strong updates, and we often hear from a teacher who was involved. We often hear from, occasionally from students who have experienced the curriculum. So I don't know if that satisfies the spirit, but it seems like maybe having a sense of what will be covered over the course of a year in board presentations might give a fuller sense of what is happening, because I have a really hard time seeing how a subgroup of the board meeting quarterly could meaningfully interact with the materials of the curriculum when we have opportunities to get that already.
So what I believe I've heard Gail ask for, which is, and also I think it fulfills our role as management review, which is how I've heard it explained. We're not to get immersed in the detail, but just to have an overview and be able to interact and understand the different thought processes without getting into the minutia. So to me, I'm surprised this is an issue, but
That sounds like a board presentation. Like, what, can you differentiate for me what would be a board presentation and this curriculum committee? What is the difference in content or?
I'm happy. So from my perspective, I'm not speaking for Gail, is we've had board presentations, but we haven't hit the whole curriculum, or, it would just be to hear the different parts, get a feel for it. And particularly because when we add in the budget doesn't have that much. That's when they said to look, we're really not spending money on textbooks anymore. So, but to me, it would be you do the different parts and you do it from an overview and you get an understanding. It's bringing up communication and just interactions. So.
And
Sorry, go ahead, Laura.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
I just want to respond. I mean, I do agree that we get some of these presentations, but I don't believe it's comprehensive, and I think that's not a criticism. It's just that there's a limited amount of time here, and we have, we're getting all kinds of presentations on lots of things. So I think that, the way I foresee this is that would be meeting periodically, I'm going to say quarterly, but maybe it would meet a little bit more frequently. And I mean, we're not, I think that the idea is to look at what's new in the curriculum and what might be being removed in the curriculum, not to go through every single curriculum, item, but just what is being introduced, what is being taken away. And other committees come to this board and then present, in a short amount of time, what those things are. I don't think that we're getting, all of these curriculum changes, because I just don't think it's feasible. I mean, there's just simply not enough time. So, and I guess I do question why if this is like such a bad idea, then why do 80% of districts actually have this? And,
Do you have a sense of what? Sorry, I'm just not putting it on tonight. I'd want a better understanding of what these curriculum committees look like, because if it's the committee getting a presentation from the superintendent, then that's already built into our board system. So I guess I would want to have a better sense of what are these curriculum committees? What are they? Who are they composed of? What is different in those committees than what we're receiving here at the board table? Because my suspicion is that we have it built into our board meetings and maybe other districts don't. I would be very surprised if there's some sort of independent curriculum committee that does more than our district currently does for us.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that just because I want to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking as well, Gail, so that I can be responsive. I've had only one conversation with a sister district to get an appreciation of what their curriculum committee is about, and it's not what you just kind of described in terms of what's coming in, what's going out, what's being taught, what's not. They were doing more on their policy as it relates to curriculum. And this was through email, so this was not an in-depth conversation. So if the ask becomes relative to this agenda item for me to go and dig into the CABE regulations and do some outreach with some partners, again, more than willing to do that to be able to provide more conversation. If the ask is more about what's in the curriculum, and I think I heard someone say comprehensive. I mean, comprehensive understanding of the whole curriculum, that's not going to happen in one board meeting. That's not going to happen in one subcommittee meeting. But we have boards in the past, not necessarily this board, but boards in the past have commissioned multiple part curriculum presentations that we have given if there are specific questions. And that has provided the opportunity for us to come up and do a 2-part or a 3-part series that breaks down a larger curricular area or perhaps some related areas and provide reports on those. So I'm trying to determine, is it more of a governance function that you're asking for, which sounds a little bit potentially different with, because that's how I would envision, or if it's an understanding and more interaction, a greater understanding of the taught curriculum and what's changed, like what's different about it today versus last year versus 10 years ago. To me, that's more of an informational presentation where I can bring some experts up and they can have some of the back and forth with you during a short presentation and some question and answer and some, related material. So I'm just trying to get a sense of, continue to get a greater sense of what the board is most interested in and be responsive to that.
So I appreciate the letter that you sent. I did read that you quoted the Newington Board of Education and their duties of the curriculum committee. I went on and looked at the past couple years of their minutes from their quarterly meetings, and it's people within the district presenting on the language arts presentations. It's presentations like we receive. I did not see, anything in there. It was usually 2 adults or, maybe some residents, but it was presentations. And I'm all for if we change the reading curriculum in, or what is the pre-K curriculum. I would love to hear about that, but I think it should be heard as a whole board. And it's also important that whatever we want to influence as a board, that we stay within the policies that we have. And we have, as I mentioned, 8 policies that deal with curriculum issues. And so you'd have to be very cognizant of the policies that we already have in order to make this committee that doesn't violate the policies. I mean, I would love more presentations, but you can't honestly want to sit in on a music curriculum presentation and a science in high school and a 4th grade science and social studies. And I think you're simplifying what curriculum is. It's a whole year for one child in all subjects. And that's by many grades. So there's so much involved in curriculum. I would love broad changes presented, and I think we received those.
So thank you. So what I'm hearing is the desire to want to have more of the awareness, granular details of the curriculum process, how things come to be, what may be added, what may be taken away. And I think collectively we all want, again, to be informed and aware. And I think that, as I said, we don't get what we don't ask for, but what's wonderful is that our superintendent is saying, hey, if you ask, I will help provide. And so I'm hearing that there is a desire to have more of a comprehensive summary or awareness of what is taking place. And I appreciate you saying how it can't happen in one meeting, but it can be broken down. And so we, again, appreciate that level of transparency and open lines of communication. Want to see if that is something that you are speaking of in terms of having being intentional with having planned presentations that kind of break down the overall curriculum over a period of time, because they will have to do some research and preparation for that, which we certainly respect, because we know that it's not a one and done when it comes to putting curriculum together, as Claire just clearly highlighted. So respecting the agenda item that's here, and also wanting to have us to continue to be productive with this topic, does that meet the request or desire of what has been proposed?
One thing I would be curious, Paul, and I don't know if this is something that, obviously Madam Chair would tell you, but it might be interesting, and this was really hard for me to get because it's like very time consuming, but maybe you have different connections with people, to have a better understanding also in light of maybe what Ari was saying, Ari was saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think what she was saying is that we already are doing what I'm proposing at the board, but I don't know if that's true. I mean, maybe it is true. Maybe. So I'd be curious, what are these other if there's 80% of the districts have this, what are they doing? I mean, is it true that we're doing it already here as a board, or are they doing something different? And, just because of the fact that we're all here at 11 o'clock at night, I mean, I don't have a lot of other hours, and it's very time consuming to get that information. So I just, maybe that would be a way to go forward if the chair is okay with that, and the rest of the board is to maybe have a presentation, or have maybe not a presentation, but have that information disseminated to us. What do these curriculum committees actually do? Are they doing something that we're not doing, or are we already doing it here as a board?
So I think I'm trying to. I think that is something that is doable. I do want to though respect though. We certainly, when it comes to us talking about what we do, we have more of the inside scoop for that, to be able to get the information from others. That is from other districts. That per se, that involves, I think, another level of involvement and communication and exploration. Which just want to respect that the work and time that our teammates, our executive team already has, just managing what we do, for them to now look into what others are doing. Just want to acknowledge that would be a lot. But you were going to say something, Claire?
Yeah, so there are so many districts and many different approaches. You can get minutes from these committees online, but to ask someone who's got a full-time job in the district to do all this research into other Board of Eds and their different approach, I guess, what is broken and what do you want to fix?
What is broken? I don't think anything's broken, but I think that we can do things, potentially, we could do things better. I don't know.
In what area?
In the areas that we've discussed here tonight. I mean, we spent probably 45 minutes discussing it. I think that if CABE is recommending this, not mandating it, but recommending it, and 80% of districts have it, it's certainly worth considering. I mean, why would you fight against potentially improving our process? I mean, maybe we are doing it, but maybe there's something we're not doing. And certainly we've had instances where, a curriculum has been brought into the schools where, I don't think that there was a lot of good communication between even the board, but, certainly with the community. And I think if we can fix that in any way and make that process smoother, why wouldn't we do that? I mean, we asked, the administration to prepare all kinds of reports for us. Why would this be any different?
So I think I'm going to speak, as Jason says, from the heart. I mean, in my opinion, if this was my cause, if this was something that I wanted implemented on the board, then the onus is on me to find out that information. I feel it's a little demanding to ask our superintendent to sit and trudge through data or make phone calls when, from my perception, this is not something that anybody else on this board besides yourself and potentially Ethan are asking for. So I feel like the onus is on you to do your research and come to the board and say, 80% of CABE members do this, and this is what it looks like, and this is how it's different from what we do, and I propose that we do this. I don't think it's respectful to ask Paul to do that in his free time, which he has none.
And so, with where we are, Ethan, please, yes.
Just to respond to Ari, I think, and again, I'm not trying to give Paul extra work because I'm sure he's got it on. The benefit of him or someone in the school administration doing it is there's probably standards, or there's some things, somebody's going to say something that could be misinterpreted. It's at least, it's, yeah, apples to apples opposed to apples to oranges or something like that. That I may hear something and have a totally different interpretation than what it actually is if it's held by.
But then at that point, then we can double check or follow up. But I'm saying is if you're going to present an initiative or something that you want to take on, and it doesn't seem to be the consensus of the board, then again, it's your responsibility to come to the board and present that information. It's not Paul's responsibility to get that information for us.
But then we get into, did this mean this or did this mean that? So
At that point, we can check it, but what I'm saying is Paul should not be responsible for doing this research at this point. So what I may, did you want to say something? So what I may ask then is, and this is good. This is good. It's good for us to have robust discussion and to talk things through. And it also highlights again how committed we are to want to be involved and aware of what is happening and what's happening with our curriculum. It's also important when doing some exploring and cleaning. You want to start in your own home, your own backyard. And so I think what's helpful is for us to and I appreciate so much, Superintendent Paisinas, you sharing your willingness to share. And we know that things are happening already addressing the curriculum piece. So if you could share that with us, please. If you can, because in other words, we know the work is being done. We don't want to create duplicative efforts. And so I want to, out of respect for the request of being aware of what is happening, and especially when comparisons are made to other districts, we want to be able to fully acknowledge that we're doing that. But as one said, information without data is just an opinion. So we want to make sure to have the data. Have you to please share. Yeah, I can't take credit for it. That was a quote from someone. Cannot recall the name. So. But again, it's not trying to have you to create a dissertation, just acknowledging what is already underway, and that's in our home, that's our backyard, and we certainly can fulfill that. Can we start with that step?
You want Paul to come at a subsequent meeting and give us
I'm hearing a general description of our processes as it relates, and certainly as it relates to statutory requirements and perhaps CABE recommendations.
Is that feasible?
Everything's feasible.
All right. Teammates, are we all on board with that piece? All right, yes, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the CABE recommendations, because I think CABE's job is to provide best practices for governance. And in some ways, I think they are trying to provide safety nets. So, some boards only meet once a month. Can you imagine?
Sounds good.
Meeting once a month. But that, we have plenty of business that's not curriculum business, right? That would fill up that time. So what I'm saying is that, in situations where boards only meet once a month, they do not have a robust schedule that would probably call for a curriculum committee. But we have 2 meetings a month, and that provides we regularly receive updates. And I can't think of an instance where there have been any curriculum surprises, right? There's been updates on plans, updates on rollouts, updates on implementation. So I think, to take the CABE recommendations at face value to say all boards should be doing all of these things, I think it's basically to try to say, take a look at your situation, and if it calls for these things, maybe that's appropriate. But we have really robust, dialogue, robust presentations. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, Jason, I just need to answer that. I mean, nobody really here, I think, maybe the exception of Paul, I don't agree that we are getting some updates. We are not getting a total feel for what is new, what is going in, what is coming out. And, I do agree that we get some updates here probably on major things, but to come say that that what we're doing is absolutely meeting the, what other districts might be doing in terms of their curriculum, situation, I don't really think that is, we know that one way or the other. So, if Lorna,
And so that's I agree with both of you. I agree with what you're saying, and I agree with that because, again, we're so thankful to our superintendent for being willing to fill in the gaps and to highlight where we are and what we're already doing. Again, we're doing it, but want to respect being, so we all have clear and can speak with conviction of what we're doing. So thank you for your flexibility and patience with that. Thank you for raising the question. Again, that is what our charge is. We're supposed to ask questions and discuss. However, we'll certainly put
Can I just make sure we understand those? So what is the final? Paul is going to at the next meeting.
Not so much the next meeting because we want to
Okay.
respect it. It's
At
going
some
to
meeting?
Correct. Yes, we'll share an outline of what it entails in terms of how curriculum is developed within our district. And as Claire made reference to several policies that support this effort, that will highlight what policies, how it's evidenced in curriculum development. But it's going to take some time to put that together, so don't want to commit to the very first meeting. All right, certainly. All right, so we will pause on that and now go to comments from visitors. We did have a list of those who signed up for general comments. I did say I would prioritize those, want to certainly honor that. We'll just go down and name those persons that signed up. Please do come to the podium, share your name, your town of residence. Again, you have 3 minutes. Charlotte will hold up a yellow card when you have 1 minute remaining in your time. Charlotte, you still there with us? Hey, 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 all right. And a red card when your time has expired. Let us first begin with Mark Walsh. Mark Walsh, okay, not here. Addie Lorden.
Addie Lorden, Park Road, by way of West Limerick, Ireland. I'm so glad that parents aren't the only ones flim-flammed and gaslit. It's really refreshing. So I want everybody to bear in mind that I have called, I've requested meetings, I've filed FOIA, and finally I got somebody to agree to sit down and speak to me about hiring Mr. Giulio Duarte. This time last year, I confirmed with him that I would sit down and speak with him about hiring. He agreed to it, and I confirmed it in an email, and I received this response at the end of that email. Good evening, Ms. Lorden. The Board of Education is in receipt of your multiple FOIA requests. This is not a denial or your requests. I'm quoting verbatim. The school district is in the process of compiling the records you have requested, and it will provide them to you promptly. I would ask, however, that you please be respectful to staff. Bear in mind, the Board of Education and its employees must appropriately prioritize your requests with their educational obligations and responsibilities. Please be aware that the Connecticut Freedom of Information Act permits public agencies to petition for relief from vexatious requesters who abuse the right to information or interfere with the operation of the agency. While I hope it does not become necessary for the town to take this step, your multiple harassing requests may eventually obligate us to pursue this option. Finally, the FOIA does not require public agencies to create documents or generate reports that do not already exist, nor does it obligate any public employee to meet or report to any requester. Regards, Dallas C. Dodge, Corporation Counsel, Town of West Hartford. Now, Town of West Hartford, Board of Education, there's several problems with this email. First of all, first and foremost, Dallas Dodge tagged Giulio Duarte's email. It was not on an official Corporation Counsel heading or email. Secondly, Dallas Dodge invokes the Board of Education. Board of Education is a creature of the state, not an agency of the town. He then goes on to threaten me with vexatious requesters policy under FOIA. It should be noted that no action was taken by Town Attorney Dodge to take me before the commission as a vexatious requester, nor did he appear in the 3 hearings to defend himself, nor did Chairperson Lorna Farquharson,
Excuse me, your time
Mauro
has
Duarte,
expired.
or Dodge
Excuse
comply
me.
with an order from the commission.
Excuse me, your time has expired. You are out of order. Your time has expired. And so with that, we will go to the next person on the list. Alex, last initial P. Is Alex here? Continuing on to Alex. Oh, please, yes. P-A-I-U-H? Okay, all right. Alex, okay, Alex in here, all right. Thank you. Anita. You gotta turn it back on.
So, Gail, Dr. Harris.
Just share your name and town of residence. We know, but just for the formality.
I know.
Thank you.
Anita from West Hartford. So, I am in support of a curriculum committee, a finance committee. I think there are 2 others. Why? Because if you look at the statutes, and I'm looking at cga.ct.gov, 10-220B, the Board of Education of each local or regional school district shall, with the participation of parents, students, school administrators, teachers, citizens, local elected officials, and any other individuals, prepare a statement of educational goals. That's what a curriculum committee would be involved with. That is separate from the Office of the Superintendent. I double-checked with friends who are attorneys in other states, and they hold high positions, and we'll leave it at that. They check. This is administrative law. There is a separation. The Board of Education in the state of Connecticut is a creature of the state. It's independent of the town. That means it's almost like you're the Congress and he's the president. Who writes the laws? Congress does. President is not allowed to write the laws. This is what they call separation of powers. This is federalism also, state and federal as well. These are very important issues that we cannot cross. Attorney Verano sits here. Is she here for the Board of Education? Or is she here for the superintendent's office, which is a part of the town of West Hartford? I've had to understand this because the town that I came from in Pennsylvania, our Board of Education is entirely separate from the town. They have separate taxing laws, separate everything. Here they're almost combined, and it's the Board of Education which is fully separate. So when you have a committee, just like you have a policy committee, that's what the curriculum committee is about. That's what the finance committee is about. That's almost like the committees that legislature has, where you have members of the Board of Ed who sit, whether it's quarterly, whether it's 2 members, whether it's 3 members, whether it's even 1. You hold a meeting and you say, what are you interested in? It says participation of parents, of elected officials, of people in the residence. That's what the committee does. It is separate from what Paul Vicinius would actually be. Paul Vicinius and I, if you had a curriculum committee, we'd be sitting next to each other. And you know what? I'd be proud to sit next to him. With that, I end. Thank you. And I like you, Harry Stein.
Thank you. Next, we have Jim Masek.
Hi, my name is, Jim Masick. I'm a mentor in the town of West Hartford in the WHPS district. I've been a mentor for 10 years now. And in those 10 years, I've mentored 9 different students, including 6 for most of this year. I'm not a resident in the town of West Hartford. I don't work in the town of West Hartford. I mentor in West Hartford, and I'm here tonight in support of one person, Ms. Carol Wilkes, who is the coordinator of the West Hartford Public Schools Mentoring Program. 10 years ago, Carol convinced me, despite all my misgivings, to become a mentor. And I can honestly say that's been the best decision that I've ever made in my life. My experience as a mentor in this program, I'm going to have to go back and forth here, has been more rewarding than anything I could have ever imagined. Unfortunately, I recently found out that Carol will no longer be the coordinator of the mentor program going forward. This was not her decision. The only explanation that I've heard is that it isn't in the best interest of the district. For the past 10 years, I've witnessed firsthand how Carol has run this program, how she's grown the program, as I believe she's done since its inception about 20 years ago. I've seen her efforts to recruit new mentors and the time she spent training them and matching them with mentees, following up after meeting sessions, and being involved. Carol's made herself available 24/7 to all the mentors, the support staff, and the mentees' families. Any questions, issues, or concerns that come up are dealt with immediately. Carol has worked tirelessly to establish relationships within the community and beyond, including with the Chamber of Commerce, local businesses and groups, and the Governor's Prevention Program, and more. Carol's written, submitted, and secured grants to fund program events such as training seminars and the annual mentor recognition breakfast that Paul spoke of earlier. Every year at that breakfast, we hear stories from mentors, from mentees, and their families about the success of the program, and acknowledging and praising Carol's role in that success. As someone who is deeply committed to mentoring, and waiting here 4 hours to speak, I hope addresses that, and having benefited from mentoring as a youth, and constantly seeing the positive effects mentoring has on the students of this school district, I can confidently state that in no way is the decision to take away the mentor program from Carol Wilkes in the best interest of the district. It is certainly not in the best interest of the mentors she has recruited and established relationships with, nor the support staff that she works so closely with. And most important, it is not in the best interest of the students, current or future, in need of the benefits that mentoring provides. To sum it up, I would ask you to question those that made this decision as to how and why this could be considered in the best interests of the district. I would appreciate a response from the board as a mentor volunteering my time to your district when you receive those answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alex Thomas. Alex Thomas? All right.
Not Alex P. Good evening, or should I almost say good morning to you guys. I am following Jim, my good brother here. We've waited quite some time to talk to you guys. I am not a resident of West Hartford either. I'm actually a resident of Hartford, and this is the longest I've ever spent a meeting not in my own city. So I just appreciate you guys and the work that you guys do. And I just got to say to you, Dr. Thomas, heavy is the head that wears the crown. I appreciate you, my sister, and the work that you do as a chairwoman of this board. I came today to speak about Miss Carol. Ms. Carol recruited me to the mentor program, and I've dedicated almost every Tuesday for this whole year mentoring a sophomore at Conard High School. So I got a chance to meet, Mrs. Tamburello and Mr. Hines up there at Conard, and I love the school. It's a great school. I've got a chance to meet other school students there, get lunch on quite a few occasions, and the mentor program has been a great benefit to me. However, regardless of all that, my relationship with Miss Carroll has been great as well. She calls me every single Tuesday after I get out and make sure that I met with Sam. Even though she knows that I'm going to meet with him, she checks in with me and checks in to see if I was there on time, how the staff treated me at Connor, even though they're great, and is always speaking to me greatly. This past Thursday, we had a meeting in the town hall auditorium right here in this building, and someone referred to her as the mentoring matriarch in that very meeting. And Jim reached out to me, and I heard the unfortunate news that we're talking about taking the mentoring program away from her. And I just don't understand why. You know, I come from, the city of Hartford, and we have tons of great people that retire and go on to do bigger and better things in different districts. But we have someone here that's willing to stay in your district and do great things in your district, and I just don't understand why you would want to see her go. And I just would love, as Jim said, to hear some reasons why from you guys on that kind of stuff. I know it's a late meeting. I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. But more than all, I appreciate the work that Ms. Carroll has done. And I just think we deserve an answer, and she deserves an answer too. And the work that she does for the town of West Hartford, that deserves an answer on the reason why that decision's been made. Appreciate you too, Jason. Take your chair, brother. It's a nice chair. All right. You guys take care. Have a good night. And I appreciate the work that you guys have done. And you guys shouldn't get rid of Miss Carroll. Honestly, you really shouldn't.
Thank you. Next, we have Sharon Sklar, S-K-L-A-R. Sharon. All right. Not here. Any other comments to be? Yes, please come to the podium, share your name and town of residence.
Hi, Jean Wigan, Middlebrook Road. I wanted to address the public comment policy, which was voted on this evening. 1 hour was spent tonight discussing and passing a policy which makes it more difficult for the public to approach the board at meetings. Countless hours have been spent discussing this policy. What if we had left the comment policy in place the way it was, and instead spent those hours discussing programs that benefit our school children? Wouldn't that have been a more effective use of time? You are public servants who are elected by and work for the citizens of West Hartford. According to Gail, there wasn't a single email from the public in favor of the policy you adopted this evening. I continue to hear board members say they aren't trying to silence the public, but just because it is said over and over again doesn't make it true. Tonight, the West Hartford citizens have been silenced just a little bit more than they were 3 weeks ago. It's just a matter of time before another policy comes along, silencing the public a little bit more, and another policy silencing a little more, and so on, until there are no more places for our voices to be heard.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? I believe all of the visitors have spoken. Anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, we will pause on comments from visitors. We do not have an executive session. Now seeking a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
Second. Okay, meeting adjourned at 11:40, I believe.
Good luck. Hey. Yeah. Thanks, Ethan.
Best wishes.